Hey warriors, your mind wasn't supposed to feel this heavy. Somewhere between childhood and now, it became a storage unit for everything nobody else wanted to carry. Expectations that were never yours, standards you never agreed to, fears borrowed from people who were scared themselves, voices that keep talking even though they stopped making sense years ago. And the worst part, most people walk around thinking this is just how it is. That mental chaos is the price of being alive. That peace is something you only get on vacation or after retirement, or maybe never. But watch a child for 5 minutes. They're fully here, completely absorbed in what's right in front of them. They're not replaying yesterday or rehearsing tomorrow. They're just present, focused, clear. What happened between then and now? Life got loud, the world got faster, and nobody taught us how to filter the noise. So now there's a constant stream running through the mind. Worries about things that might never happen. Regrets about things that can't be changed. Comparisons to people living completely different lives. Judgments that aren't even based on reality. It's like trying to watch a movie while someone's flipping through every channel at once. Here's the truth nobody wants to say out loud. Most of what's happening in the mind isn't actually thinking. It's just recycling. The same thoughts on repeat, the same loops, the same patterns, different day, same mental playlist. Real thinking is intentional. It's focused. It creates something. But toxic thoughts, they just consume. They drain energy without producing anything useful. They're mental junk food, filling but never nourishing. Marcus Aurelius wrote something very important. The way we think shapes our lives, not our situations or the bad things that happen to us, but our thoughts. In other words, if the thoughts are bad, then life feels bad too. Life is easier to understand when the mind is clear. It's not about being positive or acting like troubles don't exist. Realizing that most of the pain doesn't happen in the world, but inside our heads. The event only happens once, but in your mind, it will play it over and over again, adding to it, making it worse, and changing a moment of pain into a lifetime of pain. Right now, this is what's going on. This isn't another video that tells people to think positively or let go without showing them how to do that. This one actually explains how to clear your mind. These are the real techniques that work when your thoughts are racing at 2 a.m. If this works, click the like button. Tell someone who's been having a hard time you found this. Don't skip ahead and subscribe to this channel because this group is learning how to think clearly in a world that is meant to keep minds busy. Write this strong statement in the comments right now if you're ready to take back your mental room and power. Clear thoughts, clear life. First, the thought itself isn't the issue. The faith in it is. This is where most people go wrong. They believe that the goal is to stop having bad thoughts so that they can reach a state of mind where only good thoughts show up. Not only is that not realistic, it's also not doable. Every day the brain makes thousands of thoughts. There may be as many as 60,000. Most of them are total nonsense, meaningless, random, and like mental static. Did other people also find that strange? What made them look at me that way? What if everything breaks down? Maybe everyone hates me deep down. These thoughts show up in the mind like ads that pop up. The key is here. It doesn't matter that you have the thought. It's just an idea. It only has the power that someone gives it. The trouble starts when people believe. When the thought comes up, you don't let it go. Instead, you think, oh no, this must be true. It must have something to do with me. That's when the thought turns bad. That's when it starts making everything sick. Take a look at this. Picture yourself by a river. Thoughts float by on the water like leaves. Though some leaves are pretty, most are dull, some are interesting, and some are pretty. They're all just flying by. There is no stopping them as long as no one grabs one. That's faith. I reached into the water, grabbed a leaf, and held on to it. I now own this leaf. This leaf shows who I am. This leaf tells you the truth about me. 1,000 other leaves keep floating by, but you can't see them right now because this one is the only thing that's being looked at. This one thought and story about not having enough, having too much, being broken, or being behind. Epictetus taught a very different idea. What counts is not what happens to you, but how you handle it. And thoughts are part of that. A thought comes to mind. It shows up, but how people respond to it. That's where freedom lives or dies. There is a split second when a thought comes up where you can either hold on to it or let it go. This is especially true for harsh, cruel, or catastrophic thoughts. A lot of people don't even know they have that choice. They believe that since thought exists, it must be true. Because of this, thinking must be analyzed, believed, and acted upon without being aware of it. Everything changes, though, once that choice point is known. Oh, I have a thought that says I'm not good enough. That's interesting. Does that really happen? Or is that just fear talking? Is there proof of this? Or is this just an old habit that's taking care of itself? Freedom lives in that little bit of room between what you think and what you believe. Here's a useful way to put this into practice. When a harmful thought comes up, don't believe it right away. Instead, name it. That makes me worry. I see it as a comparison. That's a scary thought. That's the start of a shame spiral. Labels make space between things. It helps the mind remember that this is just one thought out of many. That's not the whole truth. It's not the last word. It's just an idea. When they don't get belief, care, and energy, thoughts die. They fade. They lose their hold. They change into what they really are. Mental events that only last a short time and pass like the weather. When your thoughts try to pull you under, type this statement below and hold on to it. Thoughts come and go, but I stay. Second, the mind goes where the attention goes. A light is shining in the mind. It points at something right now. It could be these words. Perhaps there is a fear in the background. Maybe it's a memory that keeps coming back to you. For that moment, everything that spotlight hits becomes the whole world. This is what most people don't know. It is possible to move that lighting on purpose. Even though it feels like it when it's not taught, it doesn't just land on things. As soon as you leave the mind alone, it acts like a puppy. It will chase every mouse, bark at every shadow, and dig holes where it shouldn't. But with practice and training, it learns where to put its energy and where not to waste it. Thoughts that are bad for you grow in the dark places where you pay too much attention. That bad mood from 3 years ago, it's only strong because the focus keeps coming back to it. That worry about what could go wrong next month, it gets bigger every time someone looks at it. But here's the other side. Whatever gets attention over and over again gets stronger. If you focus on problems, more of them will appear. When you focus on being thankful, you find more things to be thankful for. Not because things changed, but because of how people saw them. For the Stoics, this was called keeping the mind safe. He wrote, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable." He didn't say not to think about the future. He told us, don't give attention to imaginary disasters that haven't happened and probably never will. Then, how does this really work? How does someone shift the focus when negative thoughts are so strong, so demanding, and so hard to ignore. Start out small right now. No matter where you are reading or listening to this, pay attention to 5 things right now. See them for real. The way light hits a surface, the color of a wall, the sound in the background, and the way your breath moves in and out. In other words, attention is being changed. That takes the focus off of whatever thought loop was going on and puts it on what's happening right now. And things are usually fine right now. Not great, but fine. The bad ideas live in the past and the future. What took place? What could go wrong? There is no way for them to live in the present moment because there is no story or drama there. It is just reality. In this case, we're not avoiding real problems. In this case, it means not paying attention to thought stories. People should pay attention to real problems that need to be fixed, but attention that is clear and focused on what needs to be done, not attention that is scattered and anxious and just goes around in loops. This is a method that really works. Ask one question when your thoughts start to go off the rails. What do I need to pay attention to now? Not in an hour, not tomorrow, but right now. Most of the time, the answer is easy. A job, a talk, a meal, a breath, or anything else that is real and present. And when you give your full attention to those thoughts, they lose their power. They might still be there, but they're not the big event. The body and mind aren't separate. They're connected in ways that run deeper than most people realize. When the body is stuck, stagnant, frozen, the mind follows. When the body moves, the mind shifts too. Ever notice how toxic thoughts get louder when sitting still late at night, lying in bed, and suddenly the mind becomes a courtroom where every mistake is being prosecuted, or sitting at a desk staring at a screen, and the inner critic starts its daily performance review? But take a walk. Suddenly, thoughts start flowing differently. They're less sticky, less intense. The rhythm of movement creates a rhythm in thinking. Problems that seemed impossible start having solutions. Emotions that felt permanent start shifting. This isn't coincidence, it's biology. Movement changes brain chemistry. It releases tension stored in muscles. It interrupts the feedback loops that keep toxic thoughts circling. When the body is in motion, the mind can't stay stuck in the same groove. The ancient Stoics knew this. They didn't just sit around thinking all day. They walked. They trained. They engaged physically with the world. Aristotle taught while walking. The Stoics practiced wrestling and physical discipline. They understood that philosophy without physical practice was just theory. Here's what this looks like in real life. When anxiety starts building, when thoughts start racing, when the mind feels like it's going to explode, move. Not aggressively, not frantically. Just move. Stand up, stretch, walk to another room. Step outside for 2 minutes. Do 10 jumping jacks. Shake out the arms and legs. Dance to one song, anything that gets the body out of its frozen state. Because here's what happens. The body sends signals to the brain. We're moving. We must not be in immediate danger. We can calm down now. It's like hitting a reset button on the nervous system. And it's not just about exercise. It's about breaking physical patterns that reinforce mental patterns. Someone always spirals while lying in bed. Don't try to think their way out while lying in bed. Get up. Change locations. Change positions. The mental pattern is tied to the physical pattern, and changing one helps change the other. There's also something powerful about using the body to express what the mind is holding. Feeling angry? Push against a wall with full force for 30 seconds. Feeling sad? Let the shoulders drop. Let the chest cave in. Really feel it physically. Then deliberately stand tall. Open the chest. Lift the head. The body position shifts the emotional state. This isn't about ignoring feelings, it's about not letting them trap the whole system in stagnation. Emotions want to move through. That's why they're called emotions. Energy in motion. But when the body is still, emotions get stuck. They pull. They become toxic. Think about animals. When a deer escapes a predator, it doesn't just stop and go back to grazing. It shakes, literally trembles and shakes to release the stress hormones and trauma from its system. Then it goes back to grazing. Humans. Someone has a stressful experience and then sits at a desk for 8 hours, holding it all in, wondering why anxiety won't leave. The body never got to complete the stress cycle. The energy never got to move through. So here's the practice. When toxic thoughts are taking over, ask the body what it needs. Does it need to stretch, to walk, to run, to shake, to breathe deeply, to cry, to laugh? And then let it give the body permission to move, to release, to express, not performing for anyone, not trying to look a certain way, just letting the physical system do what it naturally wants to do. Discharge stuck energy and return to balance. The mind will follow. It always does. Number 4. What enters the mind shapes what exits it. The mind is permeable. It absorbs. Everything that comes in leaves a residue, changes the chemistry, shifts the landscape, and most people are letting absolutely anything walk through the front door. Wake up. Grab the phone. Scroll through highlight reels of lives that aren't real. Read about disasters happening across the world. Absorb opinions from strangers who are angry about everything. Listen to songs about heartbreak and betrayal. Watch shows filled with violence and chaos. Then wonder why the mind feels anxious, scattered and dark. It's not a mystery. It's input and output. Feed the mind poison. Get poisoned thoughts, feed it chaos. Get chaotic thinking, feed it comparison. Get feelings of inadequacy. The mind doesn't have an automatic immune system that filters out toxicity. It takes in whatever it's exposed to and tries to make sense of it. And when it's constantly exposed to negativity, even if it's quiet, even if it feels harmless, that negativity becomes the default setting. Think about walking into a room that smells like smoke. At first, it's obvious and unpleasant, but stay there long enough, you stop noticing it. The nose adapts. The same thing happens to the mind. Constant exposure to toxic content becomes normal. Background noise barely noticeable, but still there, still influencing mood, still shaping thoughts. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts." He understood that what enters shapes what becomes. The mind isn't separate from what it consumes. It becomes what it consumes. So what does protecting mental input actually look like? It means becoming selective, intentional, almost ruthless about what gets access. Maybe that means not checking the phone first thing in the morning. Starting the day with silence or music or movement, instead of immediately downloading everyone else's chaos into a fresh mind. Maybe it means unfollowing accounts that spark envy or insecurity, even if they're popular, even if everyone else follows them. The mind doesn't need to see perfectly curated lives that make real life feel small. Maybe it means limiting news consumption. Staying informed is one thing. Refreshing feeds about every terrible thing happening everywhere is another. The mind was never designed to carry the weight of global suffering 24/7. It collapses under that load. Maybe it means being selective with conversations. Some people drain life. They complain endlessly, create drama, and pull others into their negativity. And while compassion matters, there's a difference between supporting someone and becoming a dumping ground for their emotional pollution. Maybe it means curating what plays in the background, the music, the podcasts, the shows. If it's filling your mental space with darkness, anger, or fear, even unconsciously, it's shaping your thoughts in those directions. This isn't about living in a bubble or pretending negativity doesn't exist. It's about recognizing that attention and mental space are limited resources. They're precious, and giving them away carelessly to whatever screams loudest turns the mind into a battleground instead of a sanctuary. The Stoics practiced this carefully. Seneca advised, "Avoid what corrupts the character, not just actions, influences." He understood that being around certain people, consuming certain content, exposing the mind to certain energies inevitably shapes thinking and behavior. Here's a practical step. For 1 week, track what you consume. Every scroll session, every show, every conversation, every song. Then at the end of the week, notice the patterns. How does the mind feel after each input? Lighter or heavier, clearer or more confused, energized or drained? Then make cuts. Quiet, clean, ruthless cuts. If something consistently leaves the mind worse than it found it, remove it, unfollow, unsubscribe, delete, walk away. No guilt, no apology. Protecting your mental health isn't rude, it's survival. And start adding better inputs. Things that inspire, that teach, that calm, that strengthen. Books that expand you. Music that lifts you. People who bring out the best in you. Content that leaves the mind feeling more capable, not more broken. The mind will resist at first. It's used to the junk food. It's addicted to the drama. But feed it quality consistently, and the cravings for toxicity fade. New patterns form. New defaults take shape. If you're committed to becoming the gatekeeper of your own mind, prove it by leaving this affirmation below. I protect what I consume. Number 5. Clarity comes from closing open loops. The mind keeps lists, invisible lists of unfinished business, things left unsaid, decisions not made, conflicts unresolved, projects half done, promises unkempt, especially promises to oneself. And every single item on those lists takes up mental RAM. Like a computer with too many programs running in the background, the mind slows down, gets foggy, feels overwhelmed even when nothing urgent is happening, because there are 50 things quietly demanding attention underneath the surface. Toxic thoughts love open loops. They feed on them. That conversation that ended badly 3 months ago, still unresolved. So the mind keeps replaying it, trying different outcomes, creating imaginary versions of what should have been said, that decision that keeps getting postponed. The mind keeps circling back to it, weighing options, creating anxiety about choosing wrong. These open loops create mental clutter that makes focus impossible. It's like trying to watch a movie while someone keeps pausing it to remind about things that need doing. Can't be present, can't be clear, can't think straight because the mind is juggling too much unfinished business. Epictetus taught about distinguishing between what's in our control and what isn't, but then actually following through on what is controllable. Not just acknowledging it, acting on it, completing the loop. So, what does closing loops actually look like? It starts with making the invisible visible, writing down everything that's creating mental noise, every unfinished task, every unmade decision, every unresolved situation, getting it out of the head and onto paper where it can be seen clearly. Then comes the hard part, taking action or making a decision, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's not perfect. Because an imperfect decision that closes a loop creates more mental space than perfect indecision that leaves it open. That difficult conversation that's been avoided, schedule it, have it, close the loop. Even if it doesn't go perfectly, at least it's no longer hanging in mental limbo, creating anxiety every time that person's name comes up. That project that's been half-finished for months. Either commit to a deadline and finish it, or consciously decide to abandon it and stop feeling guilty. Both options close the loop. Leaving it in perpetual someday drains energy without creating anything. That apology that needs to be made, make it that boundary that needs to be set. Set it. That thing that needs to be said, say it. Each one closes a loop and frees up mental space. Sometimes closing a loop means accepting that something can't be resolved. A relationship that ended badly and the other person won't communicate. The loop can still be closed internally. I did what I could. This is beyond my control. Now I'm letting it go. That's closure. Not perfect, but complete enough to stop the mental drain. The mind craves completion. It's wired to want resolution. That's why unfinished loops are so torturous. They go against the mind's natural desire for order and closure. But when loops get closed, even in small ways, there's an immediate sense of relief, lightness, clarity. Here's a practice. Every evening before sleep, close at least one small loop. Respond to that message. Put away that item that's been sitting out for days. Make that appointment. Complete that tiny task, just one. Build the habit of completion instead of accumulation. And for the bigger loops, the ones that feel impossible to close, break them down. What's one small action that moves toward closure? Not the whole thing, just the next step. Then take it, then take the next one. Momentum builds, progress happens, loops close. The mental freedom that comes from this is profound. Suddenly there's space to think, to focus, to be present, because the background noise of 50 unfinished things demanding attention has quieted. The mind can finally rest. If you're done leaving things unfinished and ready to close those mental loops, declare it by commenting, "I finish what I start." Number 6. The stories being told create the reality being lived. Every single person is walking around with a narrator in their head, a voice telling stories about what everything means, what that look meant, what that situation says about the future, what that mistake reveals about character, what other people are thinking, what's possible and what isn't. And here's the thing, that narrator is making most of it up. Not lying exactly, but interpreting, filling in gaps, creating meaning where there might not be any, turning neutral events into personal dramas, taking one data point and building an entire narrative around it. Someone doesn't text back. The narrator says, they're upset. They don't care anymore. This relationship is falling apart. Reality. Maybe their phone died. Maybe they're busy. Maybe they forgot. But the story has already been written, believed, and reacted to. A project doesn't go perfectly. The narrator says, this is proof of inadequacy. Everyone's going to see this failure. This confirms what was always suspected. Not good enough. Reality. It's one project, one outcome, one moment in thousands. But the story expands it into an identity. These stories, these narratives the mind creates, they shape everything. How situations are interpreted, how emotions are felt, what actions are taken or avoided, what becomes possible or impossible. The story being told becomes the life being lived. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." He knew that the mind doesn't experience reality directly. It experiences its interpretation of reality. And that interpretation is just a story. So what happens when the stories being told are toxic? When the narrator is harsh, catastrophic, always assuming the worst? When every situation gets interpreted through a lens of fear or shame or inadequacy, life becomes toxic. Not because reality is toxic, but because the story about reality is toxic, and the mind can't tell the difference. It responds to the story as if it's absolute truth. But here's the powerful part. If stories are being made up anyway, why not make up better ones? Not delusional stories that ignore reality, but fairer ones, more accurate ones. Stories that leave room for possibility instead of closing every door. Someone doesn't text back. New story. They'll respond when they can. This doesn't mean anything about how they feel. Neutral, fair, doesn't create unnecessary suffering. A project doesn't go perfectly. New story. This is feedback. This shows what to adjust. This is how learning happens. Constructive growth-oriented. Doesn't collapse an outcome into an identity. This isn't about forced positivity. It's about catching the stories being told and asking, is this the only way to interpret this? Is this story serving growth or feeding toxicity? Is this narrative based on facts or assumptions? Most toxic thoughts are built on stories filled with assumptions. Mind redating. They definitely think less of me now. Fortunelling. This is never going to work out. Labeling. I'm just broken. These aren't facts. They're narratives, and they can be questioned. The Stoic practice was to separate impression from judgment. Something happens. That's the impression. Then comes the judgment, the story about what it means, and that's where freedom lives, in the space between what happened and the story being told about what happened. Here's how to practice this. When a toxic thought appears, write down the story it's telling. Then write down just the facts. What actually objectively happened without any interpretation. The difference is usually massive. Story. I'm a complete failure and everyone sees it. Facts. One project didn't meet expectations. Story. Nobody cares about me. Facts. 3 people didn't respond to messages today. Story. My life is falling apart. Facts. 3 difficult things happened this week. See the gap. The story is expansive, dramatic, absolute. The facts are specific, limited, manageable. And when attention shifts from story to facts, the emotional intensity drops, not because feelings are being denied, but because the narrative feeding them has been challenged. Then comes the choice. What story would be more fair, more accurate, more useful? Not a fantasy story, a better interpretation of the same facts. One project didn't meet expectations, which means there's room to learn and adjust for the next one. 3 people didn't respond today, which is normal. People get busy. It doesn't reflect their feelings about me. 3 difficult things happened this week, which is challenging. And also, I'm still here, still handling it, still moving forward. These aren't lies. They're just different stories, fairer ones. And when the story changes, the mental and emotional experience changes too. The narrator in the mind will never shut up completely, but it can be trained. It can learn to tell stories that open doors instead of slamming them, stories that create possibility instead of prison, stories worth living inside. Number 7. Mental space expands when physical space clears. The environment matters more than most people admit. Not in some mystical way, but in a completely practical one. The space someone lives in, works in, spends time in, it affects the mind constantly. Walk into a room that's cluttered, messy, chaotic. Notice what happens internally. The mind mirrors it, feels scattered, overwhelmed, unfocused. There's a weight to physical disorder that translates directly into mental disorder. Now walk into a clean, clear, organized space. The mind settles, breathing deepens, focus sharpens. There's a sense of calm that comes from external order that the internal world responds to immediately. This isn't about perfectionism or having a magazine-worthy space. It's about recognizing that the mind is constantly processing the environment consciously and unconsciously. And when the environment is chaotic, the mind expends energy just trying to manage the sensory overload. The Stoics lived simply, not because they couldn't afford more, but because they understood that excess creates distraction. Seneca wrote about how possessions end up possessing their owners, how accumulating more doesn't bring peace, it brings maintenance, worry, attachment. When physical space is cluttered, the mind is too. Every item that doesn't have a place, every pile that keeps growing, every surface covered with stuff, it's all creating tiny mental pulls that needs to be dealt with. This should be organized. That's been sitting there for weeks. Those pulls add up. They create a constant low-level stress that might not be obvious, but is always there, draining energy, fragmenting attention. So what does clearing physical space actually do for mental space? It removes decision fatigue in a cluttered environment. The mind is constantly making micro-decisions. Should I move that? Where does this go? Why is that there? Even when those decisions aren't being made consciously, the brain is processing the disorder. Clear the space and those decisions disappear. The mind has fewer inputs to process, fewer problems to solve, fewer things demanding attention. It's like closing 20 browser tabs at once. Suddenly, everything runs smoother. It also removes visual reminders of completion. That pile of papers, it's a reminder of tasks undone. Those clothes on the floor, a reminder of things not being in order. Those dishes in the sink, a reminder that something needs attention. Each one is an open loop creating mental weight. Here's what clearing space looks like practically. Start small, not the entire house. One drawer, one corner, one surface. Clear it completely. Organize it. Make it clean. Then notice how that one cleared space affects the mind. There's satisfaction in it, a sense of accomplishment, visual proof that order is possible, and that small win creates momentum for the next space and the next. For areas used daily, the workspace, the bedroom, keep them minimal. Only what's needed and what genuinely adds value. Everything else is just visual noise competing for mental attention. And here's something interesting. The act of clearing physical space often clears mental space simultaneously. There's something meditative about organizing, cleaning, putting things in order. The hands are busy, which quiets the racing mind. The focus is on a simple, tangible task which breaks the cycle of abstract worrying. It's why some people clean when they're stressed, not just to have a clean space, but because the process itself is calming. It gives the mind something concrete to focus on while emotions process in the background. The environment also includes digital space, the phone, the computer, the inbox, with 10,000 unread emails, the desktop covered in files, the apps sending constant notifications. All of it creates mental clutter, just like physical clutter does. Clear the digital space too. Uninstall apps that aren't being used. Delete old files. Organize what remains. Turn off notifications that aren't essential. Create boundaries around when and how devices are used. The mind craves simplicity. It functions best in environments that support focus rather than fracture it. And while it's impossible to control every environment, the spaces that can be controlled, home, workspace, digital devices, those matter deeply. Clear the space, clear the mind. It's that direct, that immediate, that powerful. If you're ready to create an environment that supports your mental clarity instead of sabotaging it, commit by typing clear space, clear mind. The eighth thing is that resisting feeds what it fights. Almost everyone gets this paradox wrong. It gets stronger when someone tries really hard to fight a bad thought. It gets stronger when you push it away. It gets louder when you try to block it out. You can fight it with everything you have, but it will still take over. You'd have to hold a beach ball beneath to do it. It needs constant work, attention, and energy. And as soon as you start to rest, it comes back to the surface with even more force. When you push back against harmful thoughts, that's what happens. This is not what I should think. This idea is bad. This has to stop right now. All that resistance does is raise the thought's level of importance and power. Minds don't work with force. It works by making you aware of it. When you try to stop a thought, it stays in your mind. Also, attention is food. Things that get attention get bigger. So fighting harmful thoughts is like feeding them while you're trying to stop them. That's why it doesn't work. Carl Jung said, "What you fight will stay with you." In their own way, the Stoics knew this. They did not teach how to repress. They taught us to accept things as they are and to act wisely toward what might be. Accept that the thought is real. Do not give it power by resisting it. Then pick a different path. Think about being in pain. It hurts more when someone tenses up in pain. The muscles get tight. Blood flow slows down. The signal gets stronger in the nervous system. People often feel less pain when they breathe into it, calm down around it, and accept it without fighting it. Not because it's gone, but because resistance isn't making it stronger. In the same way, mental pain. The same goes for bad thoughts. They show up. Minds work that way. But the pain isn't caused by the thought itself. It comes from the battle being fought against thought. This thought keeps coming back to me. What's wrong with me? Why do I keep going? This is so sad. I feel terrible for having this thought. There's more than one bad thought here. Having a poisonous thought sets off a whole chain of toxic thoughts. The resistance made the thing it was trying to get rid of worse. What's the other choice? Getting along, not agreeing or giving permission. It's enough to just accept that the thought is there. Okay, there it is again, that worried thought. It turned up. Based on the facts, it makes sense. But it's just a thought. It has no power over me. It doesn't make me who I am. The thing is just passing through. There was no fight or drama, just recognition. And the thought has nowhere to go when there is no one to push it against. People notice it, but then it goes away because it's not getting the response it needs to stay. This is what the Stoics meant by objective rendition. Not how bad you think things are, but how they really are. A bad thought comes up. Nerve cells are just firing in a pattern. It's just something in your mind. It's not true. It's not an order. That's not who you are. It's just an idea. This is a method that works. When a bad thought comes up, don't fight it. Instead, be interested in it. That's interesting. Where did that come from? What made that happen? What does this thought want to keep me safe from? Being curious breaks down barriers. You can't be against something and be interested in it at the same time. Often, the negative thoughts are caused by real problems or unmet needs that are trying to get your attention in the only way they know how. Fearful thoughts about the future came to mind. It could be a sign of something that needs to be planned or prepared. Take care of that useful need. And the thought often shuts down the critical thought of self. It could be a voice from childhood that tells you that criticism is safe. Figuring out what that means takes away its power. You don't have to get rid of the thought. It only needs to be seen well, and it automatically loses its power when it can be seen clearly without any resistance or making it bigger than it is. The beach ball can float on top of the water. It doesn't need to be in water. You don't have to throw it away. It can be there by itself. It was just something in the water and wasn't a threat. Intensity doesn't change fate as much as regularity does. Everyone wants the big moment, the big discovery, or the one strong experience that changes everything for good. And those moments do happen, but they're not what change things for good. They're not what makes your mind clear and focused when things get tough. How does that get built? Small things that are done every day for weeks, months, or even years. Sticking to it. While watching this movie, someone may have the deepest insight into how to deal with negative thoughts. They may also feel completely changed, clear, and ready to take on the world. Next, after 2 days, it was back to the same patterns, loops, and mental chaos. Because having a moment of insight doesn't change years of conditioning. One powerful event can't change the way you think after thousands of hours of practice. Evolution is not a single event. It's a process, and tasks need to be done over and over again. The Stoics were very aware of this. They didn't just learn philosophy once and be done with it. They worked out every day. Every day, Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journals to work through his ideas, remind himself of morals, and turn his mind toward wisdom. Epictetus taught his students by repeating things over and over, because he knew that just because you understand something once doesn't mean you've integrated it. Think about anything you want to learn. Learning to speak a language, play an instrument, or get stronger. No one can become a master by practicing hard for one day. Real skill is built through daily practice, even when it's dull, when growth isn't clear, and when motivation is low. It works the same way for mental clarity. It's built through regular practice, not hard work followed by no activity for a while. In this case, what does uniformity look like? It means picking 1 or 2 things from what was said in this video and doing them every day. Not perfectly or fiercely, but always the same way. Maybe it's taking 2 minutes every morning, even when you're late and it doesn't seem like it's important, to catch and let go of negative thoughts before they get out of hand. It could be the habit of closing 1 open loop every night before bed. Just one, making it a habit to finish things instead of collecting things. Maybe it's stopping to name a harmful thought as soon as it comes up, instead of always believing it. That makes me worry. I see it as a comparison, making it a habit to be aware instead of doing things automatically. These actions may seem very small, almost not important, but that's why they work. They can be used again. They don't need a lot of willpower or perfect circumstances. They only need to regularly show up, even if it's just in a small way. The aggregation of marginal wins is an idea in the field of behavior change, when small changes, like getting 1% better, are added up over time. They have huge effects. Not because one day changes everything, but because the direction stays the same and the effects build over time. 1 day of practice for mental focus, that wasn't even noticed. After 30 days, there's a change. After 90 days, the mind works differently. In a year, your thoughts will be very different. Not because of one big realization, but because of small decisions made over and over again that turned into habits that changed the way they lived. Over and over, the mind learns new things. As we use them, neural pathways get stronger. What you practice will come naturally. In other words, having poisonous thoughts every day makes your mind toxic. When you practice clarity every day, your mind will naturally be clear. It's easy, not simple, but not hard either. Show up, work on it, say it again. Trust the process even if you don't see effects right away. Intensity wears off quickly when effects aren't seen right away. Being consistent helps. Also, the goal isn't to have one day when your mind is totally clear. The goal is for the mind to get a little better at taking care of itself over 1,000 bad days, making small steps toward a life where peace and focus are normal, not just sometimes. This is where everything ends up. There are a lot of different ways to clear your mind. There are a lot of ideas and suggestions out there, but they don't matter without one thing: the choice to do something about this because it's important enough. Need more than just a clear mind, not just wishing that negative thoughts would go away, but choosing that mental clarity is important enough to protect, practice, and put first, even when it's not convenient. Because this is the truth. As long as clutter is allowed, it will stay in the thought. As long as they are allowed to, negative feelings will keep taking over. Focus will stay broken as long as people carelessly give their attention to everything that needs it. But when it comes to making a real choice, this is how I want to act now. In my mind, this is the level I hold it to. This can't be changed. Everything changes, not suddenly or by magic. But of course, the techniques we're going to talk about here aren't theoretical. They are useful, but they only work if you put them into action, practice them, and keep going after the first spark of inspiration. You have a choice right now. After you finish this movie, you might feel inspired for a short time, but then you'll go back to the same old ways of thinking that brought you here in the first place. You could also pick one thing and do it today instead of tomorrow. Not now, when things are going better. It could be noticing a bad thought and deciding not to believe it. Maybe getting rid of one physical place that's been making you feel heavy is what you need. It could finally close a loop that has been wasting energy for weeks. Just one thing that shows your mind that things are different now. We can no longer stand pollution here. Stoic philosophy encompassed more than just wisdom. They went through it. The thoughts that Marcus Aurelius wrote were not meant to be published as a book. He wrote them to remember himself every day of what he wanted to do and how he wanted to think. He knew that the mind goes back to old habits if you don't keep practicing. The same is true now. It's not about taking in more knowledge, putting what has already been said to use. It means taking control of your mind and not letting any fear, worry, or unhealthy pattern take over. When the choice is made, the thought is clear, and it stays clear when that choice is backed up by actions every day. There won't be perfect action, but there will be honest, consistent work to make things better than they were before this group. Everyone is training, everyone is watching, and everyone is choosing order over chaos. This is where help lives. If this spoke to you, please click the like button. Comment with which truth or practice hit you the hardest, or which one you're going to start doing right away. Share this video with someone who's been stuck in their own thoughts lately, and subscribe so that the talk and support can keep going. It's always better to grow with other people than by yourself. The mind is where everything starts. When things are clear, life gets bigger. Chances come up, relationships get stronger, work gets better, and peace can happen. Not because the world changed, but because getting clear on the inside made room for all the good things that were there all along but hidden in the fog. You can get that knowledge right now. Not one day. Not when everything is great. The bad feelings will still come up sometimes. even if you choose to stop having them. Practice and be committed. That is normal, but they don't have to be in charge anymore. They no longer have to tell you what your experience is like. Their goal is no longer to take your attention, peace, or promise. It is possible to have a clear mind. The life you want can be directed, and it starts with one choice, then one action, and so on, until it becomes the standard for you. One more thing before you leave. This is your statement that you will no longer think negatively. Make it official by responding one last time. You can tell my mind what to do. Furthermore, what if I told you the most important moment of your entire day lasts only 3 seconds? That fragile space right before you open your eyes. When you are not yet the disappointment, not yet the failure, not yet the person falling behind. Just awareness, pure, untouched consciousness. And then reality rushes in. The same problems, the same story, the same version of you. The ancient Stoics believed that a split second is the real you, before the world writes over you again. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, lost everything in a shipwreck and said, "I made a prosperous voyage when I suffered shipwreck." He wasn't being poetic. He woke up. Today, we'll break that old story and rebuild your mind with 7 Stoic laws, each one designed to free you from the cages you didn't even realize you built. Like this video, comment, "I choose me." And let's begin. 1. You're not depressed. You're domesticated. You wake up every morning to an alarm that cuts through your dream like a blade. You roll over, stare at a glowing rectangle, and before you even take your first conscious breath, you've already been programmed. Check, scroll, compare, perform. The modern world calls this productivity. The Stoics would call it captivity. Every day you repeat rituals designed not to set you free, but to make you easier to control by deadlines, by notifications, by invisible systems that reward obedience and punish stillness. You call it being responsible. But tell me honestly, when was the last time you felt alive while doing it? Look around your life right now, not the Instagram version, not the filtered highlights, but the 2 a.m. version of you, lying awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering how something that looks so stable can feel so suffocating. You're not depressed, you're domesticated. Somewhere along the way, you are trained to trade instinct for instruction, curiosity for conformity, wildness for approval. You learn to live on command. Wake up. Eat when the clock says noon. Work until the screen tells you to stop. Smile when your soul is tired. And then wonder why everything inside you feels out of sync. Why the body you live in feels like a stranger's home. You're not broken. You're reacting perfectly to an unnatural environment. The Stoics understood this long before we built glass towers and cubicles. Their philosophy wasn't about suppressing your emotions. It was about aligning your life with nature. Not forests and rivers, but your true nature. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good," meaning your rhythm, your purpose, your peace. They don't come from structure imposed by others, but from a harmony between action and being. When Diogenes, the philosopher who lived in a barrel, was offered riches and comfort by Alexander the Great, he looked up and said, "Stand out of my sunlight." He didn't hate comfort. He hated dependence. He refused to be caged by the expectations of kings. He chose freedom over validation. Tell me, when was the last time you did? We've mistaken captivity for civilization. We think control equals progress. We praise the man who never rests, never questions, never breaks pattern. But deep down we envy the one who walks barefoot into the morning light, who laughs without reason, who dares to be unproductive. Because he's still alive. You, my friend, are not lazy. You are exhausted from pretending. You've spent years performing a version of yourself that fits into everyone's storyline except your own. That ache in your chest isn't failure. It's your wild self suffocating under good manners. So, here's your Stoic challenge. Reclaim one corner of your day from the script. Eat when you're hungry, not when the clock strikes 12. Walk without your phone. Sit in silence without trying to fix or improve yourself. Do something gloriously impractical. Sing in the kitchen. Dance badly. Write nonsense. Watch the sunset for no reason at all. And when that inner voice whispers, "This is silly," realize that's the voice of your cage talking. The voice that fears your freedom more than your failure. Remember, nature doesn't hurry, yet everything gets done. The river doesn't ask permission to flow. The storm doesn't schedule its thunder. Why should you? When you start living by your own rhythm, not society's timetable, not someone else's definition of success, the fog in your mind begins to lift. You remember that peace isn't a reward. It's your default state, buried under layers of conditioning. You are not sick. You are a wild thing trying to survive in captivity. Depression, in many cases, is not a disease of the soul. It's the soul's rebellion against confinement. So unlearn obedience. Disobey what makes you small. Be loyal to your aliveness. Because when you stop performing and start living, you'll realize the cage was never locked. You just forgot you had the key all along. 2. Stop feeding the addiction to suffering. Let's be honest, pain can feel like home. Not because you enjoy it, but because it's familiar. You've carried it for so long that the absence of pain feels suspicious, even unsafe. It's the weight you've learned to balance your identity on. That's why when peace finally arrives, you don't trust it. You start searching for the next problem, the next disappointment, the next reason to prove your suffering was justified. You're not weak for doing this. You're conditioned. Modern life rewards pain with attention. Post about your wounds and the world listens. Post about your peace and it scrolls right past. Without realizing it, you've learned that your struggles make you someone, while your healing makes you invisible. But here's the truth. Pain is not meant to be a permanent address. It's a message, not a home. The Stoics taught this relentlessly. Epictetus lost everything: freedom, status, comfort. Yet he said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you respond that matters. When you build your identity around what happened, you hand your life to the event. When you build it around your response, you take it back." The benefit of letting go isn't denial, it's liberation. You reclaim energy that was feeding your wounds and redirect it toward growth. You stop being a monument to what broke you and become proof that healing is possible. Think about it. Every time you say, "I'm just not good with people," or "I've always been anxious," or "I've never been lucky," you're not describing reality. You're renewing a contract with your suffering. You're feeding it 3 meals a day with language and attention. The brain believes whatever it hears most often, so your pain becomes your proof. Your story becomes your cage, and you start mistaking identity for intimacy. Connecting with others only through shared misery instead of shared possibility. That's why content about despair feels so addictive. It doesn't make you feel better. It makes you feel seen. Algorithms understand this better than most therapists. They keep feeding you more of what hurts you because it keeps you watching. But suffering loses its grip the moment you stop rehearsing it. You don't need to deny your pain. You just need to stop worshipping it. When something hurts, feel it fully. Then close the page. Don't turn it into scripture. The Stoics believed emotions are teachers, not tyrants. They show up to reveal what still needs attention. Then they leave once the lesson is learned. You don't have to build a temple around every tear. Here's the benefit of letting go. The moment you stop feeding the addiction, your mind quiets. You start noticing that life isn't a constant storm. It just has weather. Some days rain, some days sun. But beneath it all, there's ground, stable, solid, waiting. You remember what peace actually feels like, and you realize it was never gone. It was just buried under the noise of your suffering's monologue. So here's your Stoic exercise. For the next 24 hours, don't talk about your struggles. Not to others, not to yourself. When the urge comes to explain how hard it's been, notice it. Don't fight it. Just breathe through it and say quietly, "This moment is workable." Then spend 1 week collecting evidence, not for why your life is hard, but for why it's workable. When something goes smoothly, when a stranger smiles, when the weight lifts even for a few seconds, write it down. These small wins are not trivial. They're proof that your suffering isn't your whole story. And if you fall back into the old habit, repeating pain, replaying hurt, don't shame yourself. Just catch it, name it, and remind yourself, "I'm detoxing." Because that's exactly what this is. A withdrawal from emotional dependency. You've been high on heartbreak, intoxicated by misery, hooked on the illusion that your pain is what makes you real. But you are really long before the pain ever arrives. You existed before the story began, and you will exist after it ends. Stop feeding what's trying to die inside you. Your pain doesn't need more attention. Your healing does. And the moment you stop narrating your suffering like a legacy, you create space for a new identity. One built not on what you've endured, but on what you've chosen. 3. Break the cage of potential. Why do we cling to potential like it's a treasure, yet treat action like it's a threat? Because potential feels safe. It's a fantasy version of ourselves we can love without risking rejection. It's the dream we get to polish endlessly without ever having to test it against reality. As long as your potential remains theoretical, you never have to fail. You never have to confront the possibility that you might not be as exceptional as you hope, or worse, that you might actually be brilliant, but only if you're willing to destroy the comfortable life built on hesitation. We glorify potential because it lets us stay noble in our procrastination. I could do that if I had time. If I really tried, I'd be great. These are elegant lies that protect your ego from exposure. The Stoics would call it self-deception, a form of pride disguised as humility. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Most people never get past the first part. They spend their lives endlessly defining who they might be, never crossing into the hard, messy, sacred work of doing. Why? Because clarity creates accountability. Once you declare what you want, every day you don't pursue it becomes a confession of fear. You've turned your potential into a museum exhibit, polished, untouchable, admired, but lifeless. You show it off in conversations. "I've been thinking of writing a book. I want to start a business. I'm planning to get in shape." Yet months pass and nothing moves. You're protecting the fantasy of greatness from the reality of growth. But the irony is brutal. Potential unused doesn't stay powerful. It decays. It leaks energy, corrodes ambition, and eventually turns into guilt. You start resenting yourself, not because you failed, but because you never tried. That resentment is the soul's rebellion against wasted fuel. Here's the cost of staying in the cage. The longer you avoid action, the heavier your self-doubt becomes. You start confusing inaction with reflection, hesitation with wisdom, and perfectionism with purpose. You tell yourself you're waiting for the right moment, but deep down, you're waiting for permission. Permission that will never come. The Stoics taught that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision to move despite it. Marcus Aurelius didn't wait for ideal conditions to rule an empire or face a plague. He acted from principle, not convenience. You don't need certainty to begin. You need motion to discover what's true. And when you finally step into action, imperfect, trembling, raw, something miraculous happens. Reality meets you halfway. The moment you trade potential for practice, the air gets clearer. The anxiety that once paralyzed you transforms into focus. Because movement, even flawed movement, kills fear faster than logic ever could. Your mind can argue with ideas forever, but it can't argue with results. You gain evidence that you can adapt, survive, and grow, and that evidence rewires your self-belief. So, here's your Stoic challenge. Do something you're terrible at in public. Write the first page and post it. Record the messy first video. Sign up for that class you've been researching. Stop protecting your hypothetical excellence and start nurturing your real progress. You'll feel exposed, awkward, maybe even embarrassed. Good. That discomfort is aliveness. That trembling is proof you're burning potential into power. Remember, the Stoics never worshipped perfection. They worshipped progress. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Every time you postpone action for fear of imperfection, you suffer twice. Once in fantasy, once in regret. But when you act, even clumsily, you break the loop. You turn someday into today. You turn theory into transformation. Stop rehearsing your greatness. Start demonstrating it. The world doesn't need your flawless potential. It needs your imperfect presence. You don't honor your gifts by hiding them. You honor them by using them until they burn bright enough to light someone else's path. 4. Permission is an inside job. Prohairesis. What are you still waiting for? For someone to tell you it's finally your time. For the world to stop long enough to give you a clear sign that it's safe to begin. You've built an entire identity around waiting for validation, for conditions, for permission. You tell yourself you're being patient, strategic, and mature. But deep down, you're not waiting for a perfect moment. You're waiting for someone else to give you the courage you've always had. The truth is, nobody's coming. No parent, no partner, no boss, no divine signal from the universe is going to arrive with a certificate that says, you may now begin your real life. Because permission is not an external event, it's an internal decision. The Stoics called it prohairesis, the faculty of choice, the one power no circumstance can take from you. Epictetus said, "You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus can conquer my will." Meaning, the world can limit what you can do, but it can never control what you decide to do. Yet, most people live as if the opposite were true, obeying invisible rules, chasing invisible approval, apologizing for their own existence. Why do we do this? Because we were raised in systems that reward obedience over originality. From childhood, you were taught to wait your turn, to raise your hand, to seek permission before speaking, creating, or even dreaming. Then you grew up, but the conditioning stayed. Now, before you send that message, start that project, move cities, or change your life, You still look around subconsciously for someone to nod yes, and when nobody does, you interpret the silence as rejection, not freedom. That's the tragedy. The absence of permission was never a no. It was the universe whispering, "You decide." Think about the people you admire, the artist who shares imperfect work, the entrepreneur who starts while everyone says it's too risky, the athlete who trains in obscurity for a dream nobody else believes in. None of them were granted permission. They took it. They acted before they felt ready. Because readiness isn't a feeling that comes before the leap. It's a muscle you develop by leaping. You don't become confident and then act. You act, and confidence follows like a shadow. Waiting for permission keeps you trapped in the prelude of your own story, eternally preparing but never performing. Here's the paradox. The longer you wait, the less permission you feel you have. Each day of hesitation adds another invisible lock to the door, and you start to believe that courage belongs to others, to the chosen, the lucky, the confident. But the Stoics knew better. They believed virtue, not approval, defines the right moment. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Translation: stop asking if it's okay to live. Just live. So, here's your Stoic practice. Take out a sheet of paper. Make 2 columns. On the left, write every action you've delayed because you're not ready. On the right, write whose permission you're waiting for. A name, a role, a vague authority figure. Then, next to each, write the truth. This person isn't coming. Watch what happens. You'll feel a mix of fear and release. Fear because the safety net of waiting is gone, and release because you realize you've always had the key. Now permit yourself to do one thing today that you've postponed for too long. Send the email, book the class, have the hard conversation. It won't be perfect. It's not supposed to be. The goal isn't flawless execution, it's reclaiming authorship. Because every act of self-authorization is a declaration of freedom. You stop living on borrowed courage. You start building your own. The world doesn't need more people waiting for a sign. It needs people brave enough to be the sign. The only permission that matters has been yours all along. The permission to choose, to begin, to live before you feel qualified. I permit myself to begin. 5. Grieve the life you didn't live. What if your sadness isn't depression, but grief? Grief for the person you never became. There's no funeral for the dreams that died quietly while you were being practical. No one sends flowers when you bury your younger self under responsibility and fear. The world congratulates you for being mature, but deep down, something sacred went missing. That dull heaviness you carry isn't weakness, it's mourning. You're grieving unlived moments, abandoned callings, and a version of yourself that never had the chance to breathe. The Stoics never said grief was wrong. They said it was necessary. Seneca wrote, "What need is there to weep over parts of life?" The whole of it calls for tears, but they also taught that tears are meant to flow, not stagnate. When you suppress grief, it doesn't disappear. It turns into numbness, irritability, or a quiet sense that life has lost its color. You scroll for hours, chase distractions, overwork, or chase affection, not to find joy, but to drown the sound of what you've lost. But the soul keeps score, and every time you ignore that ache, it tightens like a ghost pulling at your sleeve, whispering, "Remember me." You see, grief isn't just about people who've died. It's about futures that never happened. The artist who stopped creating, the dreamer who settled, the lover who stayed silent, the fighter who gave up. Somewhere between your 20s and now, you traded wonder for practicality, passion for predictability, and called it growth. But real growth doesn't mean killing your past selves. It means honoring them, learning from their hopes, forgiving their mistakes, and carrying forward their essence in a wiser form. The benefit of facing this grief is profound. Once you name it, it stops haunting you. Depression whispers nothing will ever change. Grief says something has ended. Now what begins? That's the difference. Depression paralyzes. Grief moves. It cracks you open. Lets light in. Makes space for new meaning. When you deny it, you stay stuck in emotional purgatory, half alive, half remembering. But when you let yourself feel it fully, you begin to live again, grounded in truth instead of illusion. Here's a truth nobody tells you. You're allowed to grieve the life you didn't live. You're allowed to miss the fearless version of you who believed anything was possible. You're allowed to cry for the dreams that didn't survive your survival. That doesn't make you ungrateful. It makes you honest. The Stoics called this acceptance of fate, not fatalism, but the courage to look at what is without denial or distortion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not be ashamed of help. It is your destiny to need it." In the same way, don't be ashamed of sorrow. It is your destiny to feel it. Here's your Stoic practice. Tonight, write a eulogy for the version of you who never made it. Use their name. Here lies the version of me who wanted to describe their dreams, their light, their innocence. Thank them for getting you this far. Then say goodbye. Fold the paper, burn it, bury it, or simply let it go. This isn't a ritual of loss. It's one of liberation. You're not burying yourself. You're releasing the ghost that's been standing in your way. Afterward, ask the question Stoics use to rebuild meaning. What now? What now that you've acknowledged the past? What now that the mourning is complete? What value can you resurrect from what's gone? Let your grief refine you, not define you. Use it to build, to love, to live more urgently and authentically. Grief, when faced with courage, becomes a teacher. It reminds you that time is fragile, that possibilities expire, that the only thing worse than death is never having lived fully while you had the chance. Don't let the person you didn't become be a gravestone you visit. Let them be a foundation you build from. I grieve fully, then live fully. 6. You are not the narrator in your head. Have you ever noticed that your mind never stops talking? It comments on everything: what you're doing, what you should have said, what might go wrong tomorrow, what others might think right now. You could be sitting in silence. Yet inside there's a constant broadcast, a narrator telling stories about your life. It pretends to be you. Same voice, same vocabulary. But here's the shock. It's not. You are not the voice. You are the awareness hearing it. That distinction is the line between peace and chaos. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. They warned that the mind left untrained becomes both the torturer and the prisoner. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But most people live as if their thoughts are orders instead of opinions. When the mind says you're worthless, you believe it. When it says everyone's ahead of you, you react. You let unverified thoughts dictate emotions, decisions, and even your self-worth. That's like letting a stranger walk into your home and rearrange your furniture every day, then wondering why nothing feels right. The reason we mistake thoughts for truth is simple. They sound familiar. They speak in our tone, recall our memories, and use our fears as vocabulary. So we assume they must be us. But the Stoics and later modern psychology revealed that thoughts are simply mental weather. They come and go, some bright, some dark, none permanent. You don't have to fight every storm that passes through your sky. You just need to remember you are the sky, not the weather. Imagine this. Your mind is like a radio that never turns off. It plays whatever frequency your attention tunes into. When you're anxious, it broadcasts danger. When you're insecure, it leads to self-criticism. When you're exhausted, it whispers hopelessness. And every time you react, you're turning up the volume. The Stoics didn't try to silence the mind. They learned to observe it. They practiced awareness so sharp it could slice through illusion. Epictetus said, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view they take of them." Translation: life doesn't hurt you. Your interpretation does. Here's the benefit of understanding this. Once you separate awareness from the noise, your suffering starts to dissolve. You realize that most of your pain isn't caused by events, but by commentary, an overactive narrator dramatizing every experience. Think about it. How many arguments have you replayed long after they ended? How many nights have you relived imaginary futures that never came true? You weren't in danger. You were listening to a story, and the more attention you gave it, the more believable it became. Here's your Stoic practice. The next time your mind starts narrating, "I'll never get out of this. They don't like me. I'm falling behind." Pause. Don't argue. Don't obey. Just say silently. That's a thought, not a prophecy, not a command, just weather passing through. Then take a slow breath. Look around and notice reality. Your actual surroundings, your heartbeat, your breath, your body in this moment. Ask yourself, is anything truly wrong right now, 90% of the time? The answer is no. The crisis exists only in the commentary. Each time you do this, you strengthen your prohairesis, your faculty of choice. The same concept Stoics saw as sacred. You build distance between stimulus and response. You become the witness, not the puppet. The voice can scream, insult, predict, panic. But you, the awareness, remain calm. That calmness is not emptiness, it's clarity. And from clarity comes control. Over time, this awareness becomes your default state. The thoughts keep coming, but you no longer mistake them for orders. You start filtering your inner dialogue the way a Stoic filters external noise, discerning what's useful, discarding what's poison. And in that silence between thoughts, you'll find something extraordinary. Peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. You are not the narrator. You are the listener. You are not the storm. You are the sky. Let the thoughts come. Let them go and stay where you've always been. Still, steady, and free. I am the space, not the storm. 7. The 3-second choice that builds your day. What if every morning before you even open your eyes, you've already made a choice to become the same version of yourself again? 3 seconds. That's all it takes. You wake up, remember your name, your job, your disappointments, your fears. And just like that, you step back into yesterday. The same worries, the same patterns, the same self-story you promised you'd outgrow. You call it routine, but it's repetition. You call it normal, but it's hypnosis. Those 3 seconds decide whether today becomes a new beginning or just a sequel to your old life. The Stoics called this moment premeditio, the premeditation of the day. They believed the quality of your morning determines the character of your mind. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, Think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. But instead of gratitude, most of us start with anxiety. We grab our phones, scroll through other people's lives, and by the time our feet hit the floor, we're already reacting, already behind, already becoming the person our habits decided we would be. Here's why that happens. The brain craves familiarity more than happiness. It would rather repeat misery it understands than risk freedom it doesn't. Every thought, every emotion you choose upon waking reinforces an identity, and identities love consistency. You think, I'm tired, I'm stressed, I'm behind, and your mind obeys, designing a day that fulfills that prophecy. You live in a psychological rerun because it feels safer than change. But safety isn't peace. It's stagnation disguised as control. The Stoic alternative is radical awareness. They didn't wait for the day to decide their mindset. They decided their mindset before the day began. They knew choice precedes emotion. They trained themselves to meet the morning not with reaction, but with direction. That's the 3-second window. The sacred pause before memory takes over. In that space, you can rewrite the script. You can whisper to yourself, "Today, I choose to be conscious." And that whisper is enough to alter everything that follows. Think about the power hidden in that pause. Before the first email, before the news, before the noise, you decide what kind of human you'll be. Will you react or respond? Will you scroll or create? Will you chase distraction or build discipline? Those 3 seconds are a doorway. Most people sleepwalk past it. But once you learn to stand on that threshold, even for a breath, you remember that life isn't something happening to you. It's something you're continuously choosing. Here's your Stoic practice. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, keep your eyes closed for 3 seconds. Don't reach for your phone. Don't reach for yesterday. Instead, take one deep breath and ask silently, who do I want to be today? Not what do I have to do, but who do I choose to be? Then make one micro-choice that honors that person. Maybe that version of you doesn't check messages for 10 minutes. Maybe they drink water before caffeine. Maybe they speak kindly to themselves in the mirror. One choice. That's all it takes to tilt the axis of your entire day. Before bed, do an evening inventory. Review the day and count how many moments you lived intentionally versus automatically. Don't judge, just notice. Awareness itself is a transformation. Every time you notice, you reclaim a piece of your will from autopilot. 3 seconds in the morning, 3 minutes at night. That's the simplest Stoic ritual in existence. And yet, it can rebuild your entire identity because discipline isn't a list of rules. It's the art of remembering who you are before the world tells you who to be. So tomorrow when you wake up and that tiny pause appears between dreaming and remembering, don't rush past it. Guard it like sacred ground, because that's where your new life begins. 8th, goodness. To much applause. Take on. Don't act out. You're here, which is already a big deal. You have now read 7 Stoic rules that strip away illusion after illusion, revealing what is real until nothing is left. You now know that comfort can hold you back, pain can become your identity, possibility can stop you in your tracks, permission can lock you up, loss can suffocate you, the mind can trick you, and choice can set you free. But now comes the tough part, living it. Because theory doesn't mean anything until it's put into action. Stoicism isn't about being sure of what's true, it's about turning into it. In a world that is all about praise, living a good life feels like going against the grain. Everybody is acting with confidence, kindness, success, and even sincerity. We thought that value was exposure. It's like oxygen to us. We want approval all the time, but every time we do, we give up our peace for someone else's view. Marcus Aurelius was in charge of the world's most powerful kingdom, but he wrote, "Ambition means basing your happiness on what other people say or do. Being sane means connecting it to what you do." He knew things that people today forget. Being liked doesn't give you freedom. You can find it by following your morals, your intuition, and the truth. And for the Stoics, virtue was the only good that was worth seeking. No money, no comfort, no fame, just the daily practice of being wise, fair, brave, and moderate. It takes wisdom to know what's important. It is fair to do the right thing, even if no one is looking. The guts to face your fears without giving up. Temperance helps you stay calm when the world calls for extremes. Success, reputation, and comfort are all things that are desired, don't matter, are useful, but never define, because you no longer have control over your soul when your peace rests on being praised. You were not meant to live your life. It was meant for you to live it, to live your life with such strong honesty that you don't need anyone to see it, to always and quietly do the right thing, even when no one is looking. That's what keeps you from shaking, because praise wears off, views change, and computers forget, but virtue lasts. It doesn't follow a trend, but it changes. No amount of praise can compare to its power, direction, and peace. Here is your last Stoic task. Choose one of the virtues of temperance, knowledge, justice, or courage to guide your life for the next 24 hours. Ask yourself which choice fits with this value when you have to make a choice. If it takes guts, do it, even if you're scared. If you care about justice, be fair to other people, even when no one is watching. Pause before going too far, if it's moderation. If it's wise, wait to respond before you speak. That's how you live out theory. Not in big actions, but in small decisions that add up to make up character. And when people don't see how honest you are, they will smile. That proves you've moved from show to embodiment. To be Stoic, you don't need anyone to know who you are. You live to hear the praise of your own mind. Think about all the things you've done along the way. You broke the safety cage. You cut down on worshipping pain. You let the ghost of possibility go. You gave yourself permission. You were sad about what was lost. You got your mind back. You started to choose carefully. Each of those steps was a good thing to do. Bravery, honesty, self-control, and smarts. It wasn't just Stoicism that you learned. For 30 minutes, you lived it. Now, the real drill starts in the morning tomorrow. As soon as your old story tries to start up again, that's where the arena waits. Remember this when that time comes. You don't need to make everyone happy. You should take care of your soul. Don't try to make peace. Be a fighter of virtue. Don't say much, but let your deeds speak for you. Be the kind of person you'll trust when everything goes wrong, because praise will fade, but goodness will still be heard. You just spent 30 minutes putting your mind back together, truth by truth. Stoicism, however, isn't meant to be contained in a book or a film. It's meant to be lived, one slow, deep breath at a time. Your life doesn't have to get better right away. You only need to use those 3 seconds when you wake up the next day before the old story comes back, and make a better choice. Don't try to find inspiration. Consistency is key. Don't try to get acceptance. Do good things. You know what happens when you wait until the right time? Nothing. If you want to become the person you want to be, the only thing standing between you and your goal is a choice. To all you fighters, Dawn has come. There is silence in the air. The silence is broken by your alarm. And right now, before your mind is full of thoughts and the world makes demands on you, you are full of promise. Today is yours, or you can let it happen to you. Marcus Aurelius knew a lot about this fight. Leader of Rome, soldier, and thinker. He had to deal with grief just like you do. He wrote these things in his own notebook. If you can't get out of bed in the morning, tell yourself, I have to go to work like a person. Not as a slave to ease, not as a victim of fate, but as a person who picks strength over weakness and discipline over drift. Listen up. Your mind will either help you or hurt you, and you make that choice in the 30 minutes after you wake up. A lot of people give up their power before breakfast. They pick up their phone, scroll through it, and let stress, comparison, and confusion fill their minds. When they wake up, the day has already taken over their lives. Not you, though. Not right now. Not any longer. Stoicism is a way of life that sticks to one simple truth. You can't change the world, but you can change how you react to it. You can start mastering when you open your eyes. It starts when you decide that you won't waste this morning, this one and only morning, on autopilot. Seneca told us, we suffer more in our minds than in real life. Stop being in pain. Stop picturing the worst that could happen. Stop thinking about failing over and over again. Take charge of your morning instead. Every sunrise is a fresh start, a second chance, or a gift from the world. You are good enough as it is. You don't have to know everything about your life. You only need to win for the next hour. Because getting through the morning is the first step to moving forward, and speed is everything. That's what makes people who change different from those who just talk about it. We're going to talk about 10 Stoic habits that will change the way you start your day right now. It's not theory or philosophy just to sound smart. You can use real tools every morning to get your mind in check, get your energy back, and take charge of your day. Don't think of these as encouraging band-aids. These rules have been used by ancient warriors, emperors, and thinkers to stay alive in chaos and live legendary lives. Number 1. Today is yours. Make it count. Every morning, you're handed 24 brand new hours. No one can take them from you. No one can spend them for you. They're yours. But here's the catch. They disappear whether you use them or not. The Stoics called this memento mori, the remembrance of death, not to make you sad, but to wake you up. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Think about that. We act like we have forever, but we don't. And the mornings we throw away, we never get them back. When you wake up, your first thought matters. Most people wake up thinking about what they didn't finish yesterday or what might go wrong today. That's a losing game. Instead, start with a simple declaration. Today is mine. I own it. I will not drift through it. This isn't arrogance. It's ownership. It's refusing to be a passenger in your own life. The moment you take responsibility for your day, you take back your power. The Stoics believed that each day was a microcosm of an entire life. How you live today is how you live your life. If you waste today, you're practicing wasting your life. If you honor today, you're practicing a life of meaning. So when your alarm goes off, don't hit snooze. Don't check your phone. Don't scroll. Sit up. Take a breath. And remind yourself this day will never come again. It's not a rehearsal. It's the real thing. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control and what's beyond your control. Yesterday, tomorrow, other people's opinions, What is in your control right now, this moment, this choice? You can't control if it rains today, but you can control whether you complain about it or grab an umbrella. You can't control if someone is rude to you, but you can control whether you let it ruin your peace. Making today count doesn't mean you have to conquer the world. It means you show up with intention. It means you move through your day with awareness, not autopilot. It means you ask yourself, am I using my time, or is my time using me? When you start treating each day like the gift it is, everything shifts. You stop procrastinating. You stop waiting for the perfect moment. You stop living in your head and start living in your life. Today is yours. Don't waste it. Don't save it. Live it. Drop your declaration below. Comment, I own my day. Number 2, your thoughts shape your day. Marcus Aurelius once said, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts, not your circumstances, not your bank account, not the weather or the traffic or what someone said to you. Your thoughts and the battle for your day is won or lost in your mind before you ever step out of bed. If you wake up thinking, I don't want to do this, then you won't. If you wake up thinking, I can't handle this, then you probably won't. But if you wake up thinking, I choose how I respond to today, everything changes. Your mind is the most powerful tool you have, but most people never train it. They let thoughts run wild like untamed horses, pulling them in every direction. The Stoics understood that discipline begins with awareness. You have to catch your thoughts before they catch you. When a negative thought appears, this is too hard. I'm not good enough. What's the point? Don't let it settle in. Question it. Challenge it. Ask yourself, is this thought helping me or hurting me? Is it true? Or is it just fear talking? Seneca warned, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Think about how many times you've worried about something that never happened. How many hours you've lost replaying conversations that are over. How many mornings you've started in a mental prison of your own creation. The Stoics practiced something called premeditatio malorum, imagining the worst, so you're prepared, not paralyzed. But they didn't dwell there. They used it to build resilience. Then they moved forward with clarity. Every morning you get to choose the lens you look through. You can focus on what's wrong, or you can focus on what's possible. You can replay yesterday's mistakes, or you can learn from them and let them go. This isn't toxic positivity. This is intentional thinking. It's refusing to let your mind bully you into a bad day before it even starts. When you wake up, take 60 seconds, just 60, and set your mental direction. Say to yourself, I will not be ruled by fear today. I will not be reactive. I will be thoughtful. I will be strong. The quality of your thoughts determines the quality of your actions. And the quality of your actions determines the quality of your life. It's that simple. If you think small, you'll act small. If you think defeated, you'll act defeated. But if you think with purpose, with courage, with discipline, you'll act that way too. Your thoughts are not random. They're seeds. And every morning you're planting a garden. Plant wisely. Let me see your commitment. Write in the comments, I choose my thoughts. Number 3, leave yesterday behind. One of the most powerful lessons from Stoicism is this: you cannot change the past. Not 1 second of it, not one word, not one mistake. And yet so many of us carry yesterday into today like a heavy backpack we refuse to put down. We wake up thinking about what we should have said, what we should have done, who we should have been, and while we're stuck in yesterday, today slips away. Marcus Aurelius wrote, confine yourself to the present, not because the past doesn't matter, but because clinging to it steals your power. Every morning is a reset button. It's a chance to start fresh, to let go of what didn't work, and to step forward without the weight of regret. This doesn't mean you ignore your mistakes. The Stoics were big on reflection. They believed in reviewing your day, learning from it, and improving. But there's a difference between learning and dwelling. Learning says, I see what I did wrong, and I'll do better. Dwelling says, I can't believe I did that. I'm terrible. I'll never change. One moves you forward, the other keeps you stuck. Epictetus taught that we disturb ourselves by our own judgments. It's not the past that's hurting you, it's the story you're telling yourself about the past. Maybe you failed at something. Maybe you hurt someone. Maybe you missed an opportunity. Okay, that happened. But who says it has to define you? Who says you can't wake up today and be different? The Stoics believed in the power of now. They believed that every moment is a chance to practice virtue, to act with wisdom, to begin again. Letting go of yesterday isn't about pretending it didn't happen. It's about refusing to let it control you. It's about recognizing that you are not your worst moment. You are not your biggest mistake. You are someone who is capable of growth, of change, of showing up better today than you did yesterday. And that starts with a simple choice: to leave what's behind you where it belongs, behind you. When you wake up tomorrow, ask yourself, am I carrying something I don't need to carry? If the answer is yes, set it down. Forgive yourself. Forgive others. Not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. You deserve to move through your day without dragging chains. The past is over. Today is here, and you get to decide what you bring into it. Show me you're ready to move forward. Type, I release what I cannot change. Number 4, control your mind first. There's a reason the Stoics spent so much time talking about the mind, because everything starts there. Your emotions, your actions, your results, your entire life. It all flows from what's happening between your ears. Epictetus said it plainly. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Most people spend their mornings reacting. They wake up, check their phone, and immediately give their mental energy away. A notification, a message, a headline, and just like that, they're no longer in control. Their mind is being pulled in 10 directions before they even get out of bed. Controlling your mind doesn't mean forcing yourself to think a certain way. It means being intentional about where you place your attention. It means not letting every passing thought dictate your mood. The Stoics practiced what they called the discipline of assent, choosing which thoughts to accept and which to dismiss. Not every thought that enters your mind deserves your energy. Some thoughts are just noise, some are old patterns trying to repeat themselves, and you have the power to say, no, I'm not going there today. When you wake up, your mind is at its most vulnerable. It's still half asleep, still processing dreams, still fuzzy. And that's exactly when fear, doubt, and anxiety try to sneak in. They know you're not fully alert yet, so they whisper things like, you're not ready, or this is going to be hard, or why even try? And if you're not careful, you'll believe them. But here's the truth. Those thoughts are not you. They're just mental static, and you don't have to obey them. The Stoics believed in morning rituals, not because they were superstitious, but because they knew the mind needs structure. Before you do anything else, take control. Sit quietly for a moment. Breathe. Ground yourself. Remind yourself of what matters. Remind yourself of who you want to be. This isn't meditation for the sake of being calm. This is preparation. This is you taking the reins before the day tries to throw you off course. Marcus Aurelius would wake up and tell himself, "Today I will meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant." He wasn't being negative. He was preparing his mind so nothing could catch him off guard. When you control your mind first, everything else becomes easier. You don't overreact. You don't spiral. You don't let one bad moment ruin the next 10. You move through your day with clarity, with intention, with power. And that doesn't happen by accident. It happens because you decided first thing in the morning that your mind belongs to you, and no one and nothing else gets to take it from you. Claim your power in the comments below. I control my mind. Number 5. Start strong, finish stronger. There's a concept in physics called momentum. An object in motion stays in motion. And the same is true for your life. How you start your morning creates momentum that carries you through the entire day. If you start slow, distracted and half-hearted, that energy follows you. But if you start strong with clarity, with focus, with action, you build a force that's hard to stop. The Stoics understood this deeply. They didn't wait to feel motivated. They didn't wait for inspiration. They acted first, and the energy followed. Seneca wrote, "Begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life." That means you don't ease into your day. You don't warm up to it. You attack it, not with stress or aggression, but with purpose. You decide what matters most. And you do that first, not later, not when you feel like it, first. Because when you win the morning, you win the day. And when you win the day, you win your life. It's that simple. Starting strong doesn't mean you have to do something huge. It means you do something that matters. Maybe it's 10 minutes of reading. Maybe it's a workout. Maybe it's journaling. Maybe it's tackling the hardest task on your list while your mind is still fresh. Whatever it is, it should be something that makes you feel like you've already won before most people have even started. The Stoics called this practicing virtue. Doing the right thing even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. But here's the key. Starting strong is only half the battle. You also have to finish stronger. A lot of people start with fire and fizzle out by noon. They make big plans and quit halfway through. The Stoics hated that. They believed in endurance, in consistency, in seeing things through. Marcus Aurelius said just that you do the right thing. The rest doesn't matter. It's not about being flashy. It's about being faithful to your commitments. It's about doing what you said you'd do. Even when no one's watching, even when it's boring, even when it's hard. Every morning, ask yourself 2 questions. How will I start today? And how will I finish today? Because the truth is, a strong start with a weak finish is just wasted potential. But a strong start with a strong finish, that's how you build a life you're proud of. That's how you build discipline. That's how you become unstoppable. Start strong. Stay strong. Finish stronger. Declare your intention. Comment, I finish what I start. Number 6. Act now. Don't wait. Procrastination is a silent killer. It doesn't scream at you. It doesn't announce itself. It just whispers, you can do it later. And before you know it, later becomes never. The Stoics had zero patience for delay. They understood that time is the one thing you can never get back. Marcus Aurelius warned, think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly. That's not morbid. That's urgency. That's a wake-up call. Because every moment you spend waiting is a moment you'll never see again. Most people wait for the perfect conditions. They wait to feel ready. They wait for more time, more money, more confidence. But here's the truth. Perfect never comes. And while you're waiting, life is passing you by. Seneca said, "While we wait for life, life passes." You don't need to be ready. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to start right now, this morning, with whatever you have. The Stoics didn't believe in grand gestures. They believed in small, consistent actions. They believed in doing what you can with what you have where you are. Action is the antidote to anxiety. When you're stuck in your head, overthinking, worrying, imagining worst-case scenarios, action cuts through all of it. It doesn't matter if the action is perfect. It just matters that you move, because movement creates clarity. Movement creates momentum, and momentum creates results. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. The more you think about doing something, the more reasons you find not to do it. But when you act immediately, you don't give fear a chance to talk you out of it. Epictetus taught, "No great thing is created suddenly." But here's the thing. Great things are created through immediate, repeated action. Not tomorrow, not next week, now. Every morning is an opportunity to practice immediacy, to stop negotiating with yourself, to stop making excuses, to stop saying, "I'll do it later," and just do it now. It doesn't have to be big. Make your bed, take a cold shower, write one sentence, do 10 push-ups, just act. Because action builds trust with yourself. And when you trust yourself to follow through, you become unstoppable. Waiting feels safe, but it's a trap. It's the illusion of control. You think you're being careful, being smart, being strategic, but really you're just scared. And that's okay. Fear is human, but you don't have to obey it. The Stoics taught that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's action in the presence of fear. So feel the fear, acknowledge it, and then do the thing anyway. Act now, not because you feel like it, but because you're someone who acts, because you're someone who doesn't wait for permission from life. You take it. Prove you're done waiting. Type below, "I act without delay." Number 7. Focus gives you energy. Here's something most people get backwards. They think they need energy to focus. But the truth is, focus creates energy. When your mind is scattered, when you're trying to do 10 things at once, when you're jumping from task to task, you feel drained, exhausted, overwhelmed. But when you focus on one thing, when you pour your full attention into a single task, something shifts. You feel alive, you feel powerful, you feel capable. The Stoics called this single-mindedness. They believed that the fragmented mind is the suffering mind. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Concentrate every minute like a Roman, like a man, on doing what's in front of you with precise and genuine seriousness. Not what's behind you, not what might happen later, what's in front of you right now, this moment, this task, this breath. Because when you're fully present, you're not wasting energy on worry, you're not leaking attention to distractions, you're channeling everything you have into what matters, and that's where real power lives. Every morning, distractions are waiting for you. Your phone, your email, social media, the news, other people's problems. And every time you give in to a distraction, you're giving away a piece of your energy. The Stoics understood that attention is a limited resource. You only have so much of it, and where you place it determines what you create, what you accomplish, and who you become. So guard it, protect it. Don't let the world steal it from you before you even start your day. Seneca said, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." When you're multitasking, you're not really doing anything well. You're just spreading yourself thin. But when you focus, truly focus on one thing, you do it better, you do it faster, and you feel better doing it. Focus isn't just about productivity. It's about presence. It's about honoring the moment you're in. It's about saying, this matters. I'm here. I'm not half-present. I'm all in. Every morning, decide on your focus. What's the one thing that, if you did it today, would make everything else easier or unnecessary? Do that first. Give it your full attention. No phone, no interruptions, no divided mind, just you and the work. The Stoics believed that virtue is its own reward. But focus. Focus is your superpower. It's what separates the people who drift from the people who dominate. And it starts the moment you wake up with the decision. Today, I will be fully present. Today, I will focus. Tell the world your decision. Comment, focus with intention. Number 8. Small wins grow big. There's a lie we tell ourselves that success has to be massive to matter, that unless we're making huge leaps, we're not making progress. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that greatness isn't built in one explosive moment. It's built in 1,000 small, consistent actions that no one sees. Epictetus said, "Well-being is realized by small steps, but is truly no small thing. Every morning you wake up and do one small thing, right? You're building something. You're creating momentum. You're becoming someone new. Think about it. You don't become disciplined by making one big decision. You become disciplined by making the same small decision over and over again. You don't build strength by lifting heavy once. You build it rep by rep, day by day. The same is true for your mind. Every morning you choose to get up instead of hitting snooze. That's a win. Every morning you choose to start your day with intention instead of scrolling. That's a win. And those wins, they stack. They compound. They turn into something powerful. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private journal, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He wasn't writing that for the world. He was reminding himself every single day he woke up as the most powerful man in Rome. And yet, he still had to practice the basics. He still had to remind himself to stay focused, to stay humble, to stay disciplined, because he knew that small daily practices are what keep you grounded. They're what keep you sane. They're what keep you strong. Small wins give you proof that you're capable, proof that you can follow through, proof that you're not just someone who talks about change, you're someone who creates it. And that proof builds confidence, not loud, arrogant confidence, quiet, unshakable confidence, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself, the kind that just knows. Every morning is a chance to collect another win, to prove to yourself once again that you're the kind of person who shows up, who keeps promises, who doesn't quit. Don't underestimate the small things. Making your bed, drinking water, taking 5 minutes to breathe, writing down one goal. These aren't trivial. They're the foundation. They're the building blocks. And over time, those blocks create something magnificent. The Stoics didn't chase glory. They chased excellence in the ordinary. They chased consistency. They chased small daily virtue. And that's what made them great. So start small, win small, and watch how those small wins grow into a life you're proud of. Celebrate your progress. Write small steps. Lead me forward. Number 9. Discipline brings freedom. Most people think discipline is a cage. They think it's about restriction, control, saying no to everything fun. But the Stoics understood something deeper. Discipline is what sets you free. When you're undisciplined, you're a slave to your impulses, a slave to your emotions, a slave to distractions. You wake up and immediately your phone controls you. Your cravings control you. Your mood controls you. You're not free. You're being tossed around by forces you never decided to follow. But when you practice discipline, you take back the wheel. You decide. You choose. You lead your own life. Epictetus, who was once a slave himself, wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." He knew what real freedom meant. It's not about doing whatever you want whenever you want. That's chaos. That's weakness disguised as freedom. Real freedom is having the power to do what matters even when you don't feel like it. It's being able to say no to short-term pleasure because you're committed to long-term fulfillment. It's waking up every morning and acting according to your values, not your whims. Discipline in the morning creates freedom for the rest of your day. When you start strong, when you handle the hard stuff first, when you build momentum early, you're not stressed later. You're not scrambling. You're not behind. You've already won. You've already done what most people won't do. And now you get to move through your day with ease, with confidence, with peace. That's freedom. Not the freedom to do nothing. The freedom to do what matters without being controlled by fear, distraction, or doubt. Seneca said, "Most powerful is he who has himself in his own power, and that power isn't found in motivation. Motivation fades. It comes and goes like the weather. Discipline is what stays. Discipline is what shows up when motivation is nowhere to be found. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. It's the difference between people who dream and people who do. And every morning is a chance to practice it, to strengthen it, to prove to yourself that you're not controlled by comfort. You're controlled by choice. The irony is this: the more disciplined you are, the freer you feel. Because discipline eliminates the mental clutter. It eliminates the guilt, the regret, the constant, "I should have done that." You know you showed up. You know you did your part. And that gives you peace. That gives you freedom. So don't resist discipline. Embrace it. Build it. Let it shape your mornings. Because discipline isn't the enemy of freedom. It's the path to it. Claim your freedom below. Type "discipline sets me free." Number 10. You decide your day. Here's the ultimate truth the Stoics want you to understand. No one else is coming to save your day. No one else is going to make it meaningful. No one else is going to decide how you feel, how you act, or what you accomplish. That's all on you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking, not in your circumstances, not in what happens to you, in how you respond, in what you choose, in how you think." Every single morning you stand at a crossroads. One path leads to reaction, letting the world dictate your energy, your mood, your direction. The other path leads to intention, deciding who you're going to be, regardless of what the world throws at you. The Stoics lived by a simple principle: you control your inner world, and that's enough. You can't control the weather. You can't control traffic. You can't control what other people say or do. But you can control how you meet it all. And that control, that's your power. When you wake up, you're not waking up to a day that's already written. You're waking up to a blank page and you're holding the pen. Yes, there will be challenges. Yes, there will be things you didn't plan for. But none of that decides your day. You do. You decide if you'll be present or distracted. You decide if you'll be grateful or bitter. You decide if you'll move forward or stay stuck. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters, and your reaction. That's your choice always. This isn't about pretending everything is perfect. It's about taking ownership. It's about refusing to be a victim of your own life. The Stoics faced wars, loss, betrayal, illness, all the worst things life could throw at them. And yet they chose to respond with strength, with grace, with wisdom. They didn't ask, "Why is this happening to me?" They asked, "What can I do with this?" And that shift from victim to agent changes everything. It changes how you feel. It changes what you do. It changes who you become. So every morning, remind yourself, I decide. I decide how I start. I decide what I focus on. I decide what I give my energy to. I decide if today will be wasted or if it will be lived. No one can take that from you. Not your boss, not your circumstances, not your past. You are the author of your day. You are the captain of your mind. And when you truly own that, when you stop waiting for life to give you permission and start giving yourself permission, everything changes. You stop drifting. You start directing. And that's when you become truly unstoppable. Own your authority. Comment. I am the author of my day. Something deeper starts to move at night when everything is quiet and your body gives up and rests. This is not the sound of worry or the hum of all the things that are happening during the day. It's the voice of your true self. This voice, which is steady and calm, has been waiting calmly to be heard above all of your noise. Now, in the dark, with your breath as your center, you start over. Listen now. Leave a comment below. I'm okay with what is, if you agree with me. You're not here to have fun or be sidetracked. Remember what's important, what's real, and what you can change. Tonight, we walk with Marcus, Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca, but not as followers. We are just traveling with them. What they say isn't an order. It's just a quiet voice telling you something wise. They talk so you can remember what you already know. You were never told it would be easy. Life isn't supposed to be easy. It is meant to make you better, to get rid of what isn't true and keep what is. Every hard time, every letdown, and every quiet loss has made you stronger. There is now space that needs to be filled with truth, not ease or hope. Clarity, because you can't be shaken until you're clear. Don't wait around for peace to come to you. You have to make it in the fire of every choice. Peace is not just the lack of chaos. Not letting it move you is what it is. Though the Stoic isn't numb, he stands firm when the winds pick up. This is because he has trained his soul to keep its shape. He knows what he can carry and what he has to give up. It all begins right now, with this breath and this moment. You don't need more time, answers, or chances to get it right. You need to go back to that still place inside you, where nothing else can affect you. Even though people can talk and weather can get worse, the future may still not be clear. You can still stand, sleep, and let go. Things you're afraid of, like losing power, fame, praise, and even love, don't really belong to you. You never owned it. Not really. You have the power to react, to pick how you see things and how you act. No one else can take that away from you. That is the only real thing you own. Be very careful with it. For the Stoics, there is only one real way to divide life: what you can manage and what you can't. It doesn't matter what else. If you can change your thoughts, actions, or beliefs, then you should take full responsibility for them. Own it all the way. Let go of things you can't change, like other people's views, the past, your health, or the results. Let it go like leaves on a tree in the fall. This isn't being weak. That's strength. The willpower to stop fighting what is. Stop acting like you're a god in a world where things can change at any time. The earth is not above you. You are part of it. You are not entitled to accept, be fair, or feel at ease. You should put in your own work. be honest, and use your own reasonableness. Pain and fear will happen, but neither of them will make you who you are. What you do with them is what makes you who you are. You can fight, whine, and give up, or you can face, accept, and change. The Stoic doesn't want bad things to happen, but when they do, he handles them with the ease of an old friend. He does it because he knows it is the only way to grow, not because he likes it. Seneca wrote that we suffer more in our minds than in real life. How many nights have you missed because you were worried? How many times have you wasted time by dreading pain that never came? Tonight should be different. Tonight, let's go back to what is, not what was or what if. The past is not at peace. The future is out of our hands. This is the only thing. Your body, your breath, and your mind. That's enough. That's enough every time. In times when it doesn't seem like it, that means you're no longer in charge. Come back over and over. Come back. You're not your thoughts. You are not how you feel. It's not you that you failed. All of those things rise and fall in you. You are the one who can see. You can also make a clear choice if you can see well. And you can live a happy life if you can make a good choice. The Stoics don't expect everyone to be perfect. They want you to be honest. Are you living the way you believe? Are outside forces controlling you? Do you still think the world is to blame for your problems? They're not meant to make you feel bad. They'll wake you up and call you home. Because there is no such thing as home. That's what it means. When you get home tonight, you're not running away from the world. You're letting go of it. When you accept things as they are, not how you want them to be. That is what Stoicism means at its core. Not apathy or coldness, but a deep connection with what is real and unchangeable. You really do breathe. You really did make that choice. Your answer is true. Everything else is short-lived. Beautiful, maybe even important, but only for a short time. Don't tie your soul to things that move. No matter what the storm is like, hold on to what you know to be true. So go to sleep now, not to run away, but to really rest. Rather than just being ideas, let the lessons become a part of you. You can do something. You're not hurt. You have a mind that can decide how to live. That is a good thing, as if it were a real one. Don't forget this when you wake up. Do not rush back into the noise. Clear your mind at the end of the night and at the start of the day. Ask yourself, what can I change? What do I need to do today to be good? What is Marcus going to do? What would I do if I had guts? You're not judged by what you've done or how many people praise you. You can measure it by clear moments, intentional breaths, and your unwillingness to be anything but aligned. That's what a Stoic looks like. That's what free people do. If you haven't already, close your eyes now. Let the words go away and the quiet come back. Trust that the right words have been placed to be heard. You don't have to hold it. All you have to do is rest in it. Relax, 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 and rest. Not because the day beat you, but because you didn't give up. Sleep not as a way to escape, but to heal. You should sleep because you will start over tomorrow. Not from scratch, but from what you already have. You're not behind schedule. You're not behind. You are right where you need to be to learn. This is the way. Be proud as you walk it. Do your best to walk it. Love the truth as you walk it. Remember that you are free no matter what. Yes, you are still here, living and listening. That's enough by itself. It's easy to forget that just being alive is a miracle in a world that is focused on growth, output, and show. To sit, take a deep breath, and stay with yourself instead of running away from yourself. In a society where people are always distracted, these are brave things to do. You might feel like you're not doing anything and that the time you're not moving is a waste. But the truth is that you are taking care of the ground where everything else grows. It means to stay, to be present, and not to leave yourself in the middle of noise. Right here is where change starts. There is nothing else you need to do. What this person says goes against almost everything you've been told. From a young age, you were taught that hard work is what makes something valuable, that productivity shows value, and that growth takes constant action. But force rarely brings about the biggest changes in life. You can get them by paying attention, being patient, and being present. A seed doesn't open by itself. It gets softer, gives way, and grows as it does so. Your life is the same. You are a person, not a job that needs to be finished. Doing less, or doing things with choice instead of force, is often the first step toward real change. The most important part of the practice is coming back over and over again. You get lost, forget things, and get sidetracked, impatient or stuck in old habits. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's not about never leaving that gives you power. It's about always coming back to your breath, to your ideals, and to the simple truths that hold you down. Every return is a choice, a reminder of what you want to be, and a way to make your awareness stronger. Over time, these small returns add up to strength. You don't notice the change at first, but one day you'll realize, I'm not getting lost as often. I come back faster. My center stays in place better. This is how practice works over time. Life will try to persuade you that change is great and that being wise is loud. It will tell exciting stories of people who became famous overnight, woke up suddenly, or made big discoveries that changed their lives. People will tell you that your change isn't real if you can't see it, feel it, or see it right away. But the deeper truths of life move more like water carving stone, slowly and quietly, shaping everything without making a show. Real change often happens in small, everyday times, like when you choose to pause before speaking, take a deep breath when you're stressed, or decide to stick to your values when no one is looking. These times are so quiet that they don't seem important. Still, they are what knowledge is made of. Being wise doesn't make a noise. It's not loud or demanding that you pay attention to it. It gets stronger through practice, silence, and being alone. It grows when you choose to be patient instead of rushing, to think instead of react, and to be present instead of running away. You might not believe it because it is quiet. You might think that nothing is going on. But like a tree that grows deeper roots with each season, your soul is building its base below the surface. Some people might not see it. You might not see it. But the roots are getting bigger. When the rains come, you'll find that you stand taller. Not because you did some amazing thing to change things, but because you stayed, practiced, and came back. Holding on to a simple truth long enough to let it change you looks like this. Truths are like tourists. Most people only see them for a short time, admire them, and then move on to the next insight or inspiration. Truth is not fast food, though. It's food that needs time to break down. To stay with a simple fact is to let it change you, to look at it every day, that you can use to judge the choices you make, to let it become part of your daily habits, not just something you think about. This work is not showy, but it is very deep. The truth stops being a thought you visit and starts being a place you live. A steady breath. This is both a sign and a way of life. The air you breathe in and out is always there for you. It doesn't ask you to do anything. It only wants you to notice it. Putting your attention on your breath brings you into the present moment, which is the only place where life really happens. Every breath in is a taking, and every breath out is a letting go. There is a quiet knowledge in that rhythm. You don't stay alive by holding on, but by moving. You learn to receive without holding on, and to let go without fear through the breath. Every time you go back to it, you practice being free and calm, freedom from the strong desire to be somewhere else or someone else than who you are. A quiet time to remember. This is what practice is all about, getting back to who you are amidst the noise. Remember the ideals you've chosen, the truths you've found, and the person you're becoming. It's normal to forget. The world is meant to make you forget, to focus on other things, and to make you believe that your value lies in always being on the move. Reminding yourself is a soft way to fight back. You don't try to stop the noise. You look at yourself again. You don't try to be clear. You keep going back to the simple facts until you get it right. This memory isn't dramatic, but it changes you because it brings you back to what's real. If you hold on to a simple truth for long enough, it will change you. It could be a truth about being patient, kind, brave, or aware that things change. It looks like just a thought at first, but if you remember it, live with it, and use it to judge your life, it starts to slowly change you. Like water, making stone smooth. It smooths out the rough spots in your responses, habits, and decisions. One day you understand you don't need to make people wait anymore. You're just patient. You don't try to be nice anymore. Being kind comes easily. The truth has moved from your mind to your heart, and then to your life. This is the real job. Not big actions or sudden realizations, but coming back to what's important every day. Yes, you are still here, living and listening. That's enough. There's nothing else you need to do. You don't have to reach knowledge all at once or fix every flaw all at once. Being present, remembering the facts you already know, and taking deep breaths are all things you need to keep coming back to. These small actions add up to a changed life over time. Always remember that life's biggest changes aren't always loud when you're having doubts. They aren't seen very often. They happen when you choose in private, and they come back to you in steady breaths and quiet remembering. This is how character is formed, how knowledge grows, and how freedom spreads. Not very exciting, but it's real, and you have it right now as you breathe. The Stoics were not superhuman. They were not immune to loss, fear, or pain. They simply chose to train their minds to see clearly through it, to not let emotion dictate reason, to not let chaos decide character, and most of all, they refused to live by chance. They chose principle every day, especially on the hard days. You don't become strong by avoiding discomfort. You become strong by walking into it. Eyes open, jaw relaxed, breath steady. The fear you feel now, the ache you carry, the tension behind your eyes, they are not signs that you're failing. They are invitations to go deeper, to see what still holds power over you, and to reclaim it. Every emotion begins with a judgment. Something happens, and your mind decides what it means. That's where the power lies, not in controlling what happens, but in questioning what you believe about it. Is this bad? Is this unbearable? Or is this just unfamiliar? Just uncomfortable? Just new? You get to decide the meaning always. When you begin to see clearly, you begin to suffer less. Not because pain disappears, but because confusion does. What hurts more than pain is not understanding it, not knowing why it's there, not knowing what to do with it. But if you can say, "This moment is part of my path, I accept it, I will use it," then you become unshakable. The Stoic does not reject emotion. He questions it. He investigates it. He welcomes it. As a messenger, anger says something matters to you. Fear says there is risk here. Envy says you've forgotten your own values. Each one can teach if you are calm enough to listen. If you are still enough to see tonight, you are still. You are listening. So let's go deeper. Visualize now a moment from your life that still stings. Not to dwell, but to practice. Hold it gently in your mind. See the people, the setting, the emotion. Now ask, what part of this was in my control? What part was not? And where am I still holding on to what was never mine? Let it go. Whatever it is, let it go. Not because you don't care, but because you care too much to keep carrying something that weighs you down. Carry only what sharpens you. Carry only what is yours, and let the rest fall away, slowly, gently, without drama, just like breath leaving the lungs. Seneca wrote, "He who is brave is free." And bravery in this moment means choosing calm when panic is easier, choosing discipline when distraction is tempting, choosing gratitude when bitterness feels justified. That's what makes you free, not circumstances, but choices. Right now, you are practicing freedom with every breath, every decision to stay here and listen, every act of letting go. You are shaping your soul, not for tomorrow, for now, because how you live now is how you live always, and what you do in stillness will echo in motion. There is no finish line, no moment when you become fully stoic, perfectly wise, or entirely at peace. There is only the practice, the return, the act of showing up again and again for what is real, what matters, what leads you to a higher self, even when it's inconvenient. Do not believe the lie that says you must wait to begin, that you need more healing, more confidence, more clarity. Begin now. Begin confused. Begin uncertain. Begin afraid. Because the act of beginning is what creates all the things you think you need first. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself every morning, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think. This isn't about fear of death. It's about clarity of life. You don't have forever. That is not sad. That is liberating. You don't have time to live someone else's values. What if you let go of the image you're trying to keep up? What if you drop the need to be admired, validated, understood? What if your only goal was to live in harmony with your own reason, with nature, with truth? That is stoic freedom. That is dignity. As your body softens into sleep, let your mind rise into awareness. Ask yourself, what do I truly value? What am I living for? What am I willing to suffer for? Because the Stoic does not avoid suffering. He assigns it purpose. He chooses what is worth it and lets the rest fall away. This is not about control. It's about surrendering to reality and then choosing your response with precision, with love, with character. You are not powerless in a chaotic world. You are powerful in how you face it. And that power comes not from effort, but from presence. Let your mind be like water, still on the surface, deep in essence. Thoughts may ripple, but your center remains untouched. When insult comes, let it pass through. When praise comes, let it pass through. When fear comes, see it, name it, and let it drift like smoke in the wind. The external world will always change. People will come and go. Opportunities will rise and fall. Your health will shift. Your body will age. But if you anchor in virtue, in wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice, you will always know where you stand. Always. You don't need to impress anyone. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't even need to be understood. You need only to be aligned. When your actions reflect your values, when your words reflect your principles, when your silence reflects your strength, that is enough. Remember, suffering is not the enemy. Confusion is. And clarity is born not from answers, but from presence, from looking at what is without flinching, without fantasy, and saying, this too I can face. That is the Stoic creed. So sleep not as escape, but as training, sleep as renewal. Let this rest become a foundation. Let these words shape your subconscious. Let your mind soak in the truth. You are free, not because life is easy, but because you choose to live by reason, by principle, by truth. No one can take that from you. Not failure, not heartbreak, not loss. Those things will come, but if you are grounded, you will not fall with them. You will feel them, yes, but you will remain whole. And in that wholeness, there is peace no one can give you, and no one can take away. Now, breathe deep and steady. Let this final thought guide you into stillness. Nothing outside has power over your soul unless you give it permission tonight. Withdraw that permission. Reclaim your strength. Reclaim your stillness. Reclaim your sleep. You are here. You are whole. You are home. You are still breathing, still present. That is a victory. So much of life is lost in distraction, in noise, in trying to escape what already is. But not tonight. Tonight you are here. You are still. You are choosing to be with yourself. That choice alone places you among the strongest. It is not your accomplishments that make you powerful. It is not your titles or your possessions. What makes you powerful is the way you carry yourself when the world doesn't reward you. When no one is watching, when all is quiet, and you still choose integrity, peace, and truth, that is real strength. The Stoics knew this, that most people are asleep while awake, but a philosopher is awake even while asleep. Why? Because he has trained his mind to walk beside reason even in dreams, and that is what you are doing now, shaping your inner landscape while the body rests. This is not just sleep, it is transformation. There is a part of you that cannot be shaken. You may forget it. You may bury it beneath noise, beneath distraction, beneath the endless urgency of daily life. You may doubt it when storms rise, when losses sting, when people misjudge you or circumstances betray you. But beneath all this, steady and unmoved, there remains something constant. You may call it your center, your core, your soul, your reason. The Stoics called it the logos within, the spark of rational order, the piece of divine reason that connects you to the whole. Whatever its name, it is there, unbroken, unshaken, waiting for you to return. It doesn't panic when plans fall apart. The surface self does. The part of you that wants control, that clings to outcomes, that maps out a future and demands that life obey. This part panics when things unravel. It feels betrayed when effort does not yield the result it expected. But deeper within, the logos does not panic. It knows that plans are only sketches, that the future is always uncertain, that control is never absolute. The rational soul accepts reality as it unfolds because it sees beyond the moment, beyond the narrow window of ego's desire. Where the surface mind says this should not be happening, the deeper mind says this is happening. Now, what is the right response? That shift alone is the difference between despair and resilience. It doesn't chase applause. The ego craves recognition, and the world fuels this craving by holding up applause as proof of worth. You learn early to measure yourself by praise, grades in school, approval from peers, recognition in work, admiration from strangers. But the Logos is not fooled by this. It knows that applause is fickle, that it can be given or withheld for reasons that have nothing to do with truth. Applause is about others, not about the integrity of your actions. The rational soul does not need it. It finds peace in alignment in the quiet knowledge that you acted with justice, with honesty, with courage. Applause may come or it may not, but it adds nothing essential. The act itself done rightly is its own reward. It doesn't need to prove. How much of life is wasted in proving? Proving you are strong, proving you are worthy, proving you are enough. Proving is the endless performance of insecurity, the desperate attempt to convince both yourself and others that you deserve to exist. But the Logos does not play this game. It knows that your worth is not in question. You exist, therefore you are already worthy. You breathe, therefore you are already enough. The rational soul does not argue for its place. It simply is. When you let this part of you lead, the exhausting need to prove dissolves. You live not to impress, but to embody, not to persuade, but to practice, not to prove, but to be. That part is the Logos within you, the rational soul. It is calm because it sees truth. It is steady because it understands limits. It is quiet because it does not need validation. This is the part of you the Stoics urged you to cultivate, not because it denies emotion or dismisses humanity, but because it harmonizes everything. The rational soul is not cold logic. It is reason aligned with nature, with reality, with the order of things. It honors feeling, but it does not let feeling rule. It acknowledges desire, but it does not let desire enslave. It is the balance point where wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance meet. It watches quietly, calmly. This watching is the heart of its power. The untrained mind is always entangled. It identifies with every thought, every fear, every craving. It says, I am angry, I am afraid, I am broken. But the rational soul observes differently. It says, anger has arisen, fear has appeared, pain is present. It notices without collapsing into identification, and in noticing it creates space, space to breathe, space to choose, space to respond. The watching self is not aloof, but aware. It does not flee from experience, but it does not drown in it either. Like a calm witness to the play of life, it holds presence without panic. And when you let it lead, life becomes simple, not easy, but clear. This distinction matters. Simplicity is not the absence of challenge. Life will still bring difficulty, loss, uncertainty. But simplicity means you see what is essential. You see what belongs to you, your choices, your actions, your character, and what does not. You no longer exhaust yourself chasing what cannot be controlled or clinging to what cannot be kept. You devote yourself instead to what is yours to govern. The noise quiets, the distractions fade. What remains is the clarity of a life oriented around virtue, not easy, but clear. Difficulty remains, but confusion dissolves. You know what is required: patience in the face of delay, courage in the face of fear, justice in the face of conflict, humility in the face of success. These are not always easy, but they are always clear. The rational soul does not remove hardship, but it reveals the path through hardship. It shows you that even when everything else is uncertain, you can act with integrity. Even when everything else is lost, you still have yourself to govern. This clarity is freedom, and this freedom is peace. The world will tempt you to forget this. It will lure you with applause, frighten you with chaos, seduce you with comfort, distract you with noise. It will insist that peace comes from control, from recognition, from accumulation. And again you will be tempted to believe it. You will chase, you will panic, you will strive to prove. But each time you remember the logos within you, each time you return to the unshakable core, you will see how empty those pursuits are. You will see that beneath them, steady and waiting, was the clarity you sought all along. And so the practice is simple. Return. Return to the unshakable part of yourself again and again, until it becomes the ground you live from, rather than the refuge you visit. Each return strengthens it. Each act of trust, in reason over impulse, in principle over pressure, deepens its hold. Over time, it ceases to feel like something you reach for and becomes something you live from. The Logos is not far away. It is already here, already within you, already enough. You are not meant to be unshaken because the world never trembles. You are meant to be unshaken because within you there is a part that cannot be moved. Let that part lead. Life will not be easy, but it will be clear. And clarity, more than comfort, is what allows you to live with strength, with freedom, with peace. You were never meant to control everything. This is a truth that most of us resist because the human mind craves certainty. It wants the world to bend to its plans, people to conform to its expectations, and life to unfold according to its timeline. And when it does not, when circumstances slip from our grasp, when others act in ways we cannot predict, when fortune turns suddenly, we feel betrayed as though life itself has broken a promise. But life never promised control. It promised only existence. To demand control over everything is to demand the impossible, and in doing so, we create our own suffering. You were meant to control yourself. That is enough, more than enough. The Stoics and other sages have taught this across centuries. The only true domain of control is your own mind, your own choices, your own actions. Everything else lies beyond your command. And yet within this narrow domain lies an immense power. For what is a life if not the sum of its choices? What is character if not the cultivation of thought and decision over time? To control yourself is to direct the one thing that shapes everything else, your response. You cannot control the wind, but you can control the set of your sails. You cannot control the storm, but you can control whether you stand firm or collapse. This is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is strength of the most enduring kind. Control your thoughts, for thoughts are the seeds of action, and actions become habits, and habits shape the entire course of your life. An unguarded thought may seem harmless, but repeated often enough, it can distort the way you see the world. Fearful thoughts breed a fearful life. Resentful thoughts breed a bitter life. Grateful thoughts breed a generous life. You cannot stop thoughts from arising, just as you cannot stop the wind from blowing. But you can choose which thoughts you entertain, which you cultivate, which you allow to guide you. This is the first field of control, the soil in which everything else grows. Control your choices. Life presents you with circumstances beyond your command. But within each circumstance is the freedom to choose. The choice may be small, a word spoken with patience instead of anger, an act of honesty instead of deceit, a decision to persist instead of quitting. Or it may be great, a commitment to live by principle even when it costs you, a decision to forgive when vengeance would be easier, a choice to stand firm when fear urges retreat. Each choice is a thread, and together they weave the fabric of your character. You cannot control what others do, but you can control what you do. That is enough to shape the life you live. Control your direction. This does not mean controlling every step or predicting every outcome. It means setting your course according to your values and adjusting as needed when life shifts beneath you. The sailor cannot control the wind or the sea, but he can control the rudder, the sails, the bearing of the ship. Direction is not certainty. It is orientation. When you know who you are and what you stand for, you have a compass. You may be blown off course, delayed, diverted, but you are never truly lost because you know the direction you must return to. Without this, you drift endlessly, a captive of fortune. With it, you hold your own even in storm. Everything else is weather. This is not dismissal. It is perspective. The world will bring sun and storm, fortune and misfortune, praise and blame. You cannot stop the winds from rising, nor the rains from falling. You cannot prevent the shifting of seasons. To fight against this is futile. To accept it is liberating. Weather can be harsh, but it cannot touch your inner citadel unless you let it. When you accept that everything outside yourself is weather, you no longer take it personally. The storm does not rage against you, it simply rages. The rain does not fall to spite you, it simply falls. What matters is not what the weather does, but what you do within it. Winds may rise, rains may fall, but if you hold your own, you will not be destroyed. Life has always been a field of storms. Some storms arrive slowly, gathering at the horizon until their weight can no longer be ignored. Others strike suddenly with the violence of surprise, leaving you breathless in their wake. You cannot predict every storm, nor can you shield yourself from all of them. But storms, however fierce, do not decide your fate. What matters is whether you stand or collapse, whether you hold your ground or abandon yourself. The storm does not define you, your response does. This is resilience. Not the absence of hardship, but the refusal to collapse beneath it. Too often, resilience is misunderstood as invulnerability, as if strength meant never feeling pain, never being touched by grief, never being shaken by loss. But resilience is not about building walls so high that nothing can reach you. It is about allowing life to touch you deeply without being destroyed by it. To be resilient is to remain human, to feel sorrow, to know fear, to taste failure, and yet to rise again, to keep faith with yourself, to continue moving forward. Hardship is not a violation of life. It is part of it. Resilience is what transforms hardship from a sentence into a teacher. To hold your own is to keep your footing when the ground shakes. There will be times when foundations you trusted crack beneath you. Relationships falter, careers collapse, health weakens, dreams unravel. These moments shake not only your circumstances, but also your sense of self. They tempt you to believe that if the ground is gone, you are gone with it. But to hold your own is to discover that beneath every foundation you built, there lies a deeper foundation. Still your character, your reason, your will. This ground is never lost unless you abandon it. Even when all else crumbles, you can stand upon yourself. To hold your own is to keep your compass steady when the skies darken. In the confusion of hardship, it is easy to lose direction, to wander in despair, to follow any light that promises relief. But the compass of your values remains steady and unbroken. Justice, courage, patience, honesty, these remain true no matter the weather. The challenge is not that the compass fails, but that you forget to consult it. To hold your own is to keep your eyes on it even when visibility is low, even when the path ahead is hidden. You may not know how long the storm will last, but you can know the direction you must continue to walk. To hold your own is to keep your dignity when the world tempts you to abandon it. Hardship often comes with pressure to compromise your values, to lash out in anger, to surrender to bitterness, to betray yourself in order to gain temporary relief. But dignity is the essence of resilience. To maintain dignity is to refuse to let suffering dictate your character. You may be struck down by events, but you refuse to bow to degradation. Even in weakness, you remain noble. Even in loss, you remain whole. This dignity is not pride, but fidelity. Fidelity to yourself, to truth, to virtue. Resilience is not stubborn denial. It is flexible strength. Denial pretends the storm is not real, that pain is not present, that loss does not hurt. But denial is brittle. It breaks when reality presses too hard. Resilience bends. It acknowledges the storm, feels the pain, admits the loss, but it does not surrender its essence. Just as a tree bends with the wind so that it does not break, so too does a resilient spirit adapt without giving up what is essential. Bending is not weakness but wisdom, for it allows survival without betrayal. The Stoics knew this well. Accept what you cannot change. Act where you can. And in this balance lies strength. You may suffer, but you are not ruined. Suffering is part of being human. To suffer does not mean you have failed, nor does it mean your life has lost meaning. It means you are alive in a world that offers both joy and pain. Suffering is not ruin unless you interpret it as such. Many who have suffered deeply have discovered in that suffering the seeds of wisdom, of compassion, of strength. The question is not whether you will suffer, but whether suffering will deepen you or destroy you. The choice, though difficult, remains yours. You may stumble, but you rise again. No one walks steadily at all times. The path of life is uneven, and your steps will falter. You will make mistakes, lose your temper, fall into despair, forget your values. To stumble is not to fail permanently. It is to reveal the need to rise again. What matters is not how often you stumble, but how faithfully you return to your feet. Each rise strengthens the will. Each return sharpens the character. Each recommitment deepens the habit of resilience. The Stoics never promised that the wise would never fall. They promised only that the wise would not remain fallen. You may lose much, but you do not lose yourself. Fortune may strip away possessions, reputation, relationships, even health, but it cannot touch the inner citadel unless you hand it over. That citadel is your reason, your virtue, your ability to choose your response. Even in prison, Epictetus reminded his students the will remained free. Even on the throne, Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that all else could be taken, but not his integrity. What you truly are cannot be stolen by fate. It can only be abandoned by your own surrender. Hold fast to yourself, and even in loss, you remain whole. Resilience, then, is not an extraordinary feat reserved for heroes. It is the daily practice of remembering what is yours and what is not. It is the quiet courage of rising each time you fall, of returning each time you wander, of standing firm each time the storm threatens to undo you. It is not glamorous. It rarely wins applause, but it builds a life of dignity, a soul that cannot be broken, a peace that does not depend on fortune. So when winds rise and rains fall, when life shakes the ground beneath you and darkens the skies above, remember you are not asked to control the storm. You are asked only to hold your own, to remain steady within yourself, to bend but not break, to suffer but not be ruined, to stumble but rise again, to lose much but never lose yourself. This is resilience. This is strength. This is the quiet victory available to you in every moment. This strength is cultivated, not granted. No one is born with perfect self-control or unshakable resilience. These are forged through practice, through the repeated work of focusing on what is yours to control and letting go of what is not. Each time you resist the urge to rage against weather, you grow stronger. Each time you return to your values instead of your impulses, you grow freer over time. This becomes a habit, and the habit becomes a character, and the character becomes your freedom. The storms will still come, but they will no longer undo you, and so the paradox reveals itself. By surrendering the illusion of control over everything, you gain true control over yourself. By ceasing to fight the weather, you conserve your strength for the helm of your own ship. By narrowing the circle of control, you expand the depth of peace. You were never meant to control everything. You were meant to control yourself. That is enough. That is more than enough. For in mastering yourself, you discover that nothing outside you can truly destroy you. And what is holding your own? It is not an act of defiance against the world, nor is it an attempt to isolate yourself from others. It is not arrogance, and it is not indifference. To hold your own is to stand in the ground of your integrity, to claim responsibility for your life as it unfolds one day at a time. It is to refuse to scatter yourself into every demand, every expectation, every passing storm of opinion. It is to wake each morning with clarity and courage, not asking what the world owes you or what others should do for you, but asking instead, what is mine to do today? This question cuts through confusion. It reminds you that while much lies beyond your control, much still lies within it. You cannot dictate the choices of others. You cannot command the winds of fortune. You cannot halt the passing of time. But you can govern yourself. You can direct your will. You can choose how you respond to circumstance. And in choosing, you claim authorship over your life. What is mine to do today does not mean what can I control in the whole universe, but rather what task belongs to me here and now to be carried out with dignity. When you ask this sincerely, you discover that holding your own is not about carrying the world, but about carrying yourself with steadiness through the world. It is choosing what is right over what is easy. The easy path is always tempting. It promises comfort, approval, and the illusion of quick satisfaction. But easy rarely builds strength. Easy rarely nourishes the soul. Easy often leaves you hollow, regretful, dependent on shortcuts that weaken you. To choose what is right requires courage, for right often demands effort, sacrifice, or solitude. It may draw criticism instead of praise. Yet right is the path that aligns with your deepest values, that leaves you able to look at yourself without shame, that builds a life worth living. To hold your own is to measure yourself not against what is convenient, but against what is true. It is speaking less and listening more. The world is loud with voices, each one clamoring to be heard, each one desperate to declare its position, its grievance, its opinion. To add your own voice endlessly to the noise is to dissipate your strength, but to listen, truly listen, is to draw strength inward, to cultivate patience, to learn. When you listen, you discover not only what others mean, but also what lies beneath their words, their fears, their hopes, their wounds. Listening refines judgment. It tempers impulsiveness. It teaches humility. To hold your own is not to dominate every conversation, but to be present within it, steady enough to hear fully before you speak. It is reacting less and reflecting more. Reaction is immediate, automatic, driven by impulse and ego. It feels powerful, but it is often reckless. Reflection requires pause. It requires the discipline to hold back the first flame of emotion and consider what response aligns with wisdom, with justice, with your values. Reflection does not mean inaction. It means deliberate action. The difference between a life of chaos and a life of clarity often lies in this simple practice: the ability to pause, to reflect, and then to act. To hold your own is to be governed not by the noise of the moment, but by the deeper compass of reflection. It is blaming less and becoming more. Blame is easy. It projects responsibility outward, placing the weight of your life on the shoulders of others, on fate, on circumstance. While blame may soothe pride in the short term, it robs you of power in the long term. For as long as you blame, you deny your own capacity to grow, to act, to change. To become more is the opposite of blame. It is to accept responsibility not as a burden, but as freedom. If you are responsible, then you are capable. If you are capable, then you are free to shape your life. Blaming less does not mean ignoring injustice, nor does it mean excusing wrongs. It means refusing to waste your energy in bitterness when that energy could be used to build strength, to refine character, to deepen virtue. Holding your own does not mean standing alone against everyone else. It means standing firmly within yourself so that you can stand honestly among others. A person who does not hold their own becomes swept away by every current, the shifting winds of approval, the rising tides of fear, the undertow of comparison. Such a person never discovers who they are, for they are always borrowed from the opinions and desires of others. To hold your own is to resist this scattering. It is to remain rooted like a tree that bends but does not break, that endures both storm and calm because it is anchored in its own ground. The beauty of holding your own is that it brings both humility and strength. Humility because you accept the limits of your control, asking only what is yours to do and leaving the rest. Strength because what is yours to do, you commit to fully, without excuse, without distraction. This balance allows you to walk through life with quiet confidence. You do not collapse under what is not yours to carry, and you do not neglect what is. You become a person who can be trusted by others, but most importantly, by yourself. This trust in yourself is the foundation of freedom. For what is freedom, if not the ability to live according to your own reason, your own principles, your own chosen path? Freedom is not found in escaping responsibility, but in embracing the right responsibility. Each day that you wake and ask, "What is mine to do today?" you reclaim this freedom. You stop scattering yourself into the demands of the world and focus instead on the task that lies within your reach. That task may be humble, it may be unseen, it may be difficult, but it is yours. And in doing it with integrity, you hold your own. Holding your own does not guarantee ease. It does not remove sorrow, nor does it protect you from disappointment, but it does ensure that whatever happens, you are not lost to yourself. You may lose possessions, positions, even relationships, but you do not lose your center. You remain anchored, clear, steady. This is why the Stoics and other seekers of wisdom have always spoken of self-mastery as the highest good. For when you master yourself, not by suppression but by clarity, not by hardness but by alignment, you discover a strength the world cannot take from you. So each day the invitation remains the same. To wake, to breathe, to ask with sincerity, what is mine to do today? And then to do it, not tomorrow. Not when conditions feel easier. Not when others finally understand. Today, this moment. To hold your own is not to wait for permission. It is to live now with the dignity of one who knows that virtue does not depend on applause and that strength does not depend on circumstance. When you don't train your mind, it's like a wild horse that pulls you toward every supposed danger. Just keep an eye on your thinking for a little while to see that this is true. They run quickly toward fear, then anger, then desire, and finally sorrow. A mind that isn't taught doesn't stop to think about whether what it sees is real. It just responds. It sees danger everywhere, like an animal that has been frightened. Threats appear out of nowhere. Small problems become giants, and you are carried away before you can set your feet on the ground. This is why whenever the mind is free, life seems so disorganized. You are always being pulled by something that doesn't know how to listen yet. But if you train your mind, it will be your reliable friend. Not suffocating or being mean is not what training means. You can't break a horse by hitting it. You have to be patient and keep practicing. The same is true for the mind. It can't be controlled by force, only by discipline. To train the mind, you have to keep bringing it back to awareness and teach it to think before it acts, to slow down when it's racing, and to check if the threats it sees are real or made up. The chaos gets less intense over time. The mind starts to see that you are in charge, to believe your advice, and to align with your values instead of making you panic. What used to run wild now moves with a plan. What fought against you before now helps you. It goes less fast. This is the first sign of getting ready. The mind that isn't taught jumps to conclusions, judgments, and fears too quickly. Silence or doubt are too much for it. It takes up all the empty spaces with noise. But with exercise, meditation, quiet time, and focused thought, the mind starts to slow down. It learns to stay in the present and enjoy what is, rather than rushing toward what could be. Being slow doesn't mean you're lazy. It means being steady. A slow mind is not lazy. It is thoughtful, careful, and measured. It gives you the freedom to pick and act on purpose instead of because you feel like it. It does here. At first, the mind doesn't want to listen. It would rather scream its fears and wants. But training makes it humble. Your mind learns that it doesn't have the last word when you keep bringing your attention back to it. That's how it learns to hear reason, ideals, and the still wise voice that's above all the noise. Emotions are still there when you listen, but listening gives you a chance to put them in context. When your mind is trained, you can hear fear without giving into it, anger without giving into it, and desire without giving into it. Listening gives you time to think. It does what you say. Not blind following, but alignment. This is the end of training. The mind starts to follow your better self, your logic, and your morals. A trained mind asks itself if running away out of fear is really necessary, or if it's time to be brave. When anger makes you want to fight back, a trained mind asks whether justice or patience would be better. When your desire makes you want to enjoy, a trained mind checks to see if it will make you stronger or weaker. Here, obedience doesn't mean giving up, it means working together. The mind stops being an enemy and starts being a tool instead of a ruler. This lesson shows a very important truth. You are not how you feel. Moods are strong, colorful, and convincing. They are parts of who you are, though. They are events, not who you are. They're not sky, but whether. You are the one who can see them. Fear creeps up on people like a cloud. Anger grows like a fire, and happiness blooms like the sun. You are the observer, the witness, the person who can say what is happening without being it. And it's not just seeing them, you decide what to do with them. This is the quiet fact that self-mastery is based on. It's not enough to just be aware of your feelings, you also have to choose how you will act when they happen. Being aware is not enough on its own. Being aware of the door opens it, but what goes through it is choice. If you don't give yourself a choice, awareness can lock you up, shining a bright light on all your urges without giving you the power to control them. But when you have a choice, knowledge turns into freedom. You take control of what comes up inside you when you see it. This is the training of a free mind, not to hide how they feel, but to guide their actions. When you don't train your mind, the line between emotion and behavior gets blurry. It's almost impossible to see the gap. When anger sets in, hurtful words are said before you can stop them. When fear strikes, you run away without checking to see if you need to. When desire strikes, you act without thinking about the cost. This is how an untrained mind works. It doesn't do things on purpose, it does things automatically. It looks like an unseen string is pulling on a puppet. Fear pulls, it runs away. Anger pulls, it hits. And desire pulls, it grabs. Every feeling turns into an order instead of a signal. The mind that isn't trained is always vulnerable to the next urge because life is always giving us new things to think about. But a mind that is trained makes that area bigger. It doesn't forget how you feel. It makes the time between feeling and acting longer. This break helps us understand. You can take a deep breath during that break. You could judge. You can pick. Anger is here, but I won't hurt. Fear is here, but I won't run without a reason. Desire is here, but I won't give up my values for it. This pause is small, but it's everything. It changes an impulse into a purpose, a reaction into a response, and a compulsion into freedom. It doesn't dull your senses. It lets you go. I'm mad, but I won't hurt anyone. This doesn't mean telling yourself not to be angry, acting like it's not there, or keeping quiet about it. In this case, it means recognizing its existence and then letting reason guide you. Anger can be a sign of wrongdoing, a line being crossed, or a value being threatened. But if nothing is done, it can be turned into a weapon from a signal. The educated mind asks, what is this anger showing me? What is the just action here? What serves the situation? What honors my values? What leaves me able to respect myself tomorrow? Sometimes the answer is to speak firmly, but without cruelty. Sometimes the answer is to wait until the heat cools. Always the answer is to act, not lash out. I feel fear, but I will not run without reason. Fear, too, is a signal. It warns of danger. It protects from harm, but it is not always accurate. It can exaggerate risk, distort perception, paralyze action. The trained mind acknowledges fear without being ruled by it. It asks, is this fear proportionate to the threat? Is there really a threat? What is the smart thing to do if it's real? Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act rightly despite it. When you expand the space between fear and action, you give yourself the chance to choose courage over flight. I feel desire, but I will not abandon my values for it. Desire can inspire. It can drive creativity. It can move you toward what is good. But unchecked desire can enslave. It can lead you to betray your own principles, to sacrifice long-term integrity for short-term pleasure. The trained mind does not demonize desire, but it does not obey it blindly either. It considers, does this desire align with my values? Does it strengthen or weaken me? Does it build or destroy? In this way, even desire becomes a teacher rather than a master. This choosing is where freedom lives. Many people think freedom means doing whatever you feel like doing in the moment. But that is not freedom. It is compulsion. True freedom is the ability to pause, to examine, to choose. It is the power to act according to reason, not impulse, to align with principle, not pressure. This is why the Stoics called self-mastery the only true freedom. You may not control external events, but if you can control how you respond to them, you are free in the most essential way. You are no longer tossed about by every emotional wind. You become the helmsman of your own ship. Emotions may visit, but they do not command. They may whisper, but they do not dictate. This reframing changes your relationship to your inner life. Emotions are no longer threats to be suppressed or tyrants to be obeyed. They are guests. Some bring gifts, insight, energy, motivation. Others bring challenges, confusion, temptation, distraction. But all are temporary. All are passing. You welcome them. You listen. You learn. But you do not surrender your sovereignty. You remain the host, not the hostage. You hold the authority to decide how to act. This authority is your birthright as a rational being. No one else can live your life for you. No one else can make your choices. Even when external freedom is limited, even when circumstances constrain you, the freedom of choice within you remains. This is why the Stoics taught that no one can harm your will without your consent. They can harm your body, your reputation, your fortune, but not your power to choose your own response. This authority cannot be stolen. It can only be abandoned. To live this way is to practice a quiet form of heroism. It does not win applause because it is invisible. No one sees the moment you pause instead of reacting. No one notices the temptation you decline, the fear you face, the desire you master. But each of these small acts strengthens your character, builds your freedom, and shapes your life. Over time, they accumulate into a dignity that cannot be faked. You become someone who can be trusted by others, but most importantly, by yourself. This practice will not make you flawless. You will still feel anger, fear, desire. You will still act impulsively at times, but each time you remember, each time you return, each time you pause and choose instead of react, you grow. You lengthen the space between stimulus and response. You strengthen the habit of sovereignty. You build the muscle of freedom. This is the slow work of transformation, the quiet work of becoming your own master. And in this mastery lies peace. Not because life stops challenging you, but because you no longer add unnecessary suffering to its challenges. Not because emotions disappear, but because you no longer mistake them for commands. You discover that freedom was never the absence of feeling, but the presence of choice. You discover that strength was never the suppression of emotion, but the wise guidance of it. You discover that dignity was never about perfection, but about persistence, the willingness to choose again and again until virtue becomes your nature. So when anger arises, when fear appears, when desire beckons, remember you are not their servant. You are their steward. You may listen, but you decide. You may feel, but you choose. This choosing is where freedom lives. And freedom, once cultivated, is a strength no storm can take from you. And finally, you are the one who lets them pass. This is perhaps the most liberating truth. Emotions, no matter how overwhelming, are temporary. They surge, they peak, they fade. The storm that feels unbearable in one moment will eventually exhaust itself. To believe otherwise is to cling, to identify, to become entangled. But when you see clearly that emotions are transient, you no longer fear them. You can allow them to move through you without resistance, knowing they will not stay. The trained mind does not suppress emotion, but allows it to pass like weather through the sky of awareness. This does not mean that emotions are enemies. They are part of your humanity, part of the richness of being alive. Fear protects, anger defends, desire inspires. But when they rule unchecked, they distort and destroy. Their power must be balanced by judgment, by reason, by discipline. The Stoics did not seek to eliminate emotion, but to master it. Mastery does not mean numbness. It means harmony. It means that emotion has a voice, but not a throne. The training of the mind is lifelong. Just as a horse requires continual care, continual guidance, continual practice, so too does the mind. You will never reach a point where it no longer needs attention. But this is not discouragement. It is invitation. Each day offers you a chance to practice, to slow down, to listen, to choose, to let pass. Each day you can return to the work knowing that even if you stumble, the practice itself is progress. And in this practice lies freedom. The freedom not to be dragged by every impulse. The freedom not to believe every story the mind tells. The freedom not to collapse under the weight of passing storms. The freedom to live with clarity, with dignity, with strength. When the mind becomes your companion rather than your captor, life itself changes. You no longer fear the rise of emotion because you know it does not define you. You no longer dread the unpredictability of thought because you know you can guide it. You no longer mistake impulse for destiny because you know you can choose. So when the mind races like a wild horse, do not despair. See it for what it is, untrained, not unworthy. And when you practice patiently, steadily, consistently, you will see it change. You will see it slow down, listen, obey. You will see it become a loyal companion, carrying you not into panic, but into peace. And you will remember again and again that you are not your emotions. You are the one who sees, who chooses, who lets them pass. That is your strength. That is your freedom. Seneca said, "We suffer not from the events in our lives, but from our judgment about them." These words cut to the core of human experience because they reveal that most of our torment is not imposed by fate, but created in the mind. Events in themselves are neutral. They are movements in the great unfolding of life, neither blessing nor curse, until we place them under the lens of interpretation. Yet, how quick we are to judge, to weave a story around what has happened, to assign meaning that multiplies our pain. A delay occurs, and we declare it failure. A goodbye is spoken, and we call it rejection. A challenge appears, and we whisper to ourselves that we must be cursed. In doing so, we hand away our peace, not to the event itself, but to the story we tell about it. How much peace have you lost by telling yourself a false story about what something meant? The meeting that was postponed, did it truly mean you were forgotten? Or was it simply postponed, the friendship that ended? Did it truly mean you were unworthy? Or did it mean that lives took different paths, the obstacle you faced? Did it truly mean that life singled you out for cruelty? Or was it simply another step in the training of your soul? Again and again, the mind rushes to close the gap of uncertainty with a story, and in doing so, it forges chains out of illusions. The suffering that follows feels real because the story has been believed. Yet beneath it, the event itself sits quietly, stripped of judgment, asking nothing, meaning nothing more than what it is. A delay doesn't mean failure. Life rarely runs on our preferred schedule. To be delayed is not to be denied. A seed delayed in sprouting is not a failed seed. It is simply operating on its own timetable. When you declare delay to be failure, you poison your own patience and smother your own hope. You turn time, which could be an ally, into an enemy. But if you see delay for what it is, a pause, a rearrangement, a natural rhythm, then it ceases to wound you. The project delayed may be preparing you for more readiness than you realize. The answer postponed may carry lessons in patience that deepen your character. The detour may introduce you to paths you would never have seen otherwise. Delay is not failure. It is simply life reminding you that you are not its master, but its participant. A goodbye doesn't mean rejection. People enter and leave your life according to their own journeys. To interpret every departure as rejection is to make yourself the center of a story that is larger than you. Sometimes a goodbye comes because another person must walk a different path, must follow their own growth, must respond to their own calling. Sometimes it comes because the connection has run its natural course, not because you were unworthy, but because the season has ended. To label goodbye as rejection is to close the heart in bitterness. To see it instead as change is to leave room for gratitude. Gratitude for what was shared, gratitude for what was learned, gratitude for the chance to continue walking even if on separate roads. Goodbye is not rejection, it is movement. And movement is the essence of life. A challenge doesn't mean you're cursed. Difficulty is not a punishment. It is an inevitable part of existence. To live is to be tested, to be stretched, to be refined. When you interpret every challenge as evidence that life is against you, you turn trial into torment. You make yourself a victim of fate instead of a student of it. The Stoics remind us that obstacles are not merely hurdles, but opportunities for practice, for patience, for courage, for creativity, for resilience. To face a challenge is not to be cursed, but to be invited. Invited to grow stronger than you were, to see more clearly than you did, to live more deeply than you had. The mountain that rises before you is not a curse laid upon you. It is a chance to climb. Look again. This is the key. Events will happen. Delays, goodbyes, challenges, surprises, losses, victories. Each one arrives raw, without meaning until you assign it one. The first story you tell yourself may not be the true one. It may be shaped by fear, by old wounds, by habit. But you are not bound to your first judgment. You can pause, you can breathe, you can look again. You can ask yourself, what is the fact? What's my story about the fact? You may discover that much of your suffering lies not in the fact itself, but in the story you attach to it. And if that is the case, you have the power to choose again. Choose again. This is the freedom that Stoicism offers. The freedom to revise your judgment, to reinterpret your experience, to reframe the meaning of what happens. It does not ask you to deny reality, only to see it more clearly. It does not ask you to pretend that loss is joy or that pain is pleasure. It asks you to strip away the false stories that magnify suffering and to choose interpretations that align with truth, with virtue, with resilience. To choose again is to reclaim authorship of your life. It is to refuse to let the first reaction write the final script. This practice requires vigilance. The mind is quick to judge. quick to spin meaning out of fragments, quick to assume the worst. But vigilance does not mean harshness. It means awareness. When you notice a story forming, "I failed," "I was rejected," "I am cursed," you can hold it up to the light. Is it true, or is it a projection of fear? Is it the only story possible, or is there another? With practice, you begin to catch the false stories sooner. You begin to replace them with interpretations that strengthen rather than weaken you. Over time, this becomes a habit. The habit of choosing clarity over confusion, peace over panic, wisdom over illusion. And in that habit lies peace. Not peace because life stops giving you delays, goodbyes, and challenges. Those will come as long as you breathe. But peace because you no longer hand your soul over to false stories. You no longer multiply pain with judgment. You accept what is, and you choose your response. You see delays as patience, goodbyes as change, challenges as opportunities. You look again, you choose again. And in doing so, you discover that suffering need not be your constant companion. Peace was always available. It was hidden not in the events of life, but in the way you judged them. Tonight, choose clarity. Choose to look at your past with new eyes, not with shame, not with pride, but with understanding. Everything you've done, every mistake, every win, every loss, it all brought you here. And here is good. Here is necessary. Here is the only place from which you can begin again. When Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journal, he didn't do it for fame or legacy. He did it to remind himself, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. Tonight, his words are yours, not just to hear, but to live. And how do you live them? By practicing every day, every moment. When you're tired and someone tests your patience, practice. When fear rises in your chest and the outcome is uncertain, practice. When grief washes over you like cold water, practice. Return to what is in your control. Act from there. This is the Stoic way. It is not cold. It is not robotic. It is deeply human, because it refuses to abandon dignity. It refuses to collapse under chaos. It teaches you to feel everything, but to be ruled by nothing. To let life touch you, shape you, but never destroy you. You were never meant to control everything. This is a truth that most of us resist, because the human mind craves certainty. It wants the world to bend to its plans, people to conform to its expectations, and life to unfold according to its timeline. And when it does not, when circumstances slip from our grasp, when others act in ways we cannot predict, when fortune turns suddenly, we feel betrayed, as though life itself has broken a promise. But life never promised control. It promised only existence. To demand control over everything is to demand the impossible. And in doing so, we create our own suffering. You were meant to control yourself. That is enough, more than enough. The Stoics and other sages have taught this across centuries. The only true domain of control is your own mind, your own choices, your own actions. Everything else lies beyond your command. And yet, within this narrow domain lies an immense power. For what is a life if not the sum of its choices? What is character if not the cultivation of thought and decision over time? To control yourself is to direct the one thing that shapes everything else, your response. You cannot control the wind, but you can control the set of your sails. You cannot control the storm, but you can control whether you stand firm or collapse. This is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is strength of the most enduring kind. Control your thoughts, for thoughts are the seeds of action, and actions become habits, and habits shape the entire course of your life. An unguarded thought may seem harmless, but repeated often enough, it can distort the way you see the world. Fearful thoughts breed a fearful life. Resentful thoughts breed a bitter life. Grateful thoughts breed a generous life. You cannot stop thoughts from arising, just as you cannot stop the wind from blowing. But you can choose which thoughts you entertain, which you cultivate, which you allow to guide you. This is the first field of control, the soil in which everything else grows. Control your choices. Life presents you with circumstances beyond your command, but within each circumstance is the freedom to choose. The choice may be small, a word spoken with patience instead of anger, an act of honesty instead of deceit, a decision to persist instead of quitting. Or it may be great, a commitment to live by principle even when it costs you, a decision to forgive when vengeance would be easier, a choice to stand firm when fear urges retreat. Each choice is a thread, and together they weave the fabric of your character. You cannot control what others do, but you can control what you do. That is enough to shape the life you live. Control your direction. This does not mean controlling every step or predicting every outcome. It means setting your course according to your values and adjusting as needed when life shifts beneath you. The sailor cannot control the wind or the sea, but he can control the rudder, the sails, the bearing of the ship. Direction is not certainty. It is orientation. When you know who you are and what you stand for, you have a compass. You may be blown off course, delayed, diverted, but you are never truly lost because you know the direction you must return to. Without this, you drift endlessly, a captive of fortune. With it, you hold your own, even in storm. Everything else is weather. This is not dismissal. It is perspective. The world will bring sun and storm, fortune and misfortune, praise and blame. You cannot stop the winds from rising, nor the rains from falling. You cannot prevent the shifting of seasons. To fight against this is futile. To accept it is liberating. Weather can be harsh, but it cannot touch your inner citadel unless you let it. When you accept that everything outside yourself is weather, you no longer take it personally. The storm does not rage against you. It simply rages. The rain does not fall to spite you. It simply falls. What matters is not what the weather does, but what you do within it. Winds may rise, rains may fall, but if you hold your own, you will not be destroyed. This is resilience, not the absence of hardship, but the refusal to collapse beneath it. To hold your own is to keep your footing when the ground shakes, to keep your compass steady when the skies darken, to keep your dignity when the world tempts you to abandon it. Resilience is not stubborn denial. It is flexible strength. Just as a tree bends with the wind so that it does not break, so too does a resilient spirit adapt without surrendering its essence. You may suffer, but you are not ruined. You may stumble, but you rise again. You may lose much, but you do not lose yourself. This strength is cultivated, not granted. No one is born with perfect self-control or unshakable resilience. These are forged through practice, through the repeated work of focusing on what is yours to control and letting go of what is not. Each time you resist the urge to rage against weather, you grow stronger. Each time you return to your values instead of your impulses, you grow freer over time. This becomes a habit, and the habit becomes a character, and the character becomes your freedom. The storms will still come, but they will no longer undo you. And so the paradox reveals itself. By surrendering the illusion of control over everything, you gain true control over yourself. By ceasing to fight the weather, you conserve your strength for the helm of your own ship. By narrowing the circle of control, you expand the depth of peace. You were never meant to control everything. You were meant to control yourself. That is enough. That is more than enough. For in mastering yourself, you discover that nothing outside you can truly destroy you. As you rest, let these truths wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let them settle not just in your mind, but in your body, in your breath, in your bones. Let the part of you that knows deeply that this is the way wake up while the rest of the world sleeps. Right now, everything you need is already within you. This truth may feel difficult to accept because the world has taught you the opposite. From an early age, you were told that you were incomplete, that you must seek endlessly outside yourself for the missing pieces of wholeness. You were told that the next book, the next course, the next teacher, the next opportunity, the next breakthrough would finally make you enough. And so you learn to search outward rather than inward, to chase after wisdom rather than apply the wisdom you already possessed. Yet beneath all the layers of conditioning and noise there is a quiet, unshakable truth. What you seek has always been within you. The strength, the clarity, the direction, the courage. They are not gifts others can hand you. They are seeds already planted in your own soil, waiting only for you to water them with practice. You don't need another book. Books can inspire, they can illuminate. They can remind you of truths you've forgotten, but they cannot live your life for you. Words on a page remain inert until you act upon them. To treat books as substitutes for action is to mistake the map for the journey. You can memorize every path described, but until you take a single step, you are still standing in the same place. There comes a time when gathering information becomes another form of delay, another way of postponing the harder work of application. The next book may give you new language, but it cannot give you new courage. Only you can cultivate that by choosing to live what you already know. You don't need another teacher. Teachers, mentors, guides, they have their place. They point you toward what matters. They illuminate blind spots. They offer encouragement. But no teacher can substitute for your own responsibility. To rely endlessly on guidance is to remain a perpetual student, always listening, never practicing. The true teacher within you is experience, the lessons you gather by applying principles in the real, unfiltered laboratory of life. Reflection on your own choices will teach you more than years of passive listening. At some point, you must stop waiting for instruction and begin embodying what has already been taught. The greatest honor you can give to any teacher is not admiration, but application. You don't need another breakthrough. The desire for breakthroughs is often disguised impatience. We crave a moment that will instantly transform us, that will erase years of struggle, that will make the work ahead unnecessary. But life does not bend so easily to dramatic revelation. True transformation is usually subtle, slow, the accumulation of small choices made faithfully over time. The breakthroughs you seek are not found in lightning strikes of insight, but in steady practice, in living by principles when it is inconvenient, in returning again and again when you falter. If you look honestly, you already know enough. The principles that lead to peace, strength, and meaning are not mysterious. What is missing is not knowledge, but consistency. What you need is stillness. Stillness is not laziness, nor is it withdrawal from life. It is the deliberate act of pausing the constant motion of thought, of allowing your restless mind to settle long enough for clarity to emerge. In stillness, you stop reacting and begin perceiving. You begin to notice the deeper truths you already carry, but could not hear over the noise. Stillness allows you to distinguish between the voice of fear and the voice of wisdom, between impulse and intention. It is the clearing in the forest where the path becomes visible again. Without stillness, you're always rushing, always distracted, always chasing. With stillness, you see that much of what you thought you lacked was already within your grasp. You need silence, not merely the absence of external sound, but the quieting of internal noise, the endless chatter of comparison, judgment, and self-doubt. Silence is where you rediscover your center, where the truths that cannot be spoken in words make themselves known. In silence, you encounter yourself without disguise, without performance. It is uncomfortable at first because silence reveals all that you have tried to avoid. But if you remain, if you dwell in it, you will find that silence also reveals strength, clarity, and peace. In silence, you realize that the answers you kept searching for were already present, waiting for you to listen. And above all, you need a fierce commitment to applying what you already know. Knowledge without application is weight without strength. It sits heavy in the mind, but does not transform the soul. You already know that kindness matters more than cruelty, that patience is stronger than haste, that discipline builds freedom, that honesty frees the heart, that gratitude enriches the spirit. You already know that your time is finite, that your choices shape your character, that integrity is worth more than applause. None of this is hidden from you. The question is not whether you know it, but whether you live it. Commitment is the bridge between knowledge and transformation. Without it, wisdom remains a theory. With it, wisdom becomes your life, to live by your values. This is the work, not tomorrow when conditions feel easier, not after you read one more book, attend one more seminar, hear one more inspiring story. Now, the present moment is the only field in which life unfolds. Tomorrow is a mirage always out of reach. The habits you postpone for tomorrow are only strengthened by delay. To choose your values now in this moment is to reclaim your life from the endless postponement of someday. Every breath you take is an opportunity to live with integrity, to embody what you already know is right. You do not need to wait for the perfect conditions. The only condition required is your willingness to begin. This willingness is freedom. Freedom from the illusion that salvation lies outside you. Freedom from the endless chase of new knowledge. Freedom from the fear that you are not yet ready. You are ready because you are alive, you are breathing, you have values however imperfectly you live them, and each moment offers another chance to align with them. Freedom is not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of choice. You cannot choose what life brings, but you can choose how you meet it. That choice made again and again is the essence of living by your values. This path does not promise comfort. It will demand effort. It will expose weakness. It will confront you with your own inconsistencies. But it also offers something no book, teacher, or breakthrough can. Dignity, the dignity of living honestly, the dignity of trusting yourself, the dignity of knowing that your life reflects your principles. This dignity does not need applause, for it is its own reward. It is the quiet strength of a person who no longer waits to begin living, who no longer chases illusions of completion, who has discovered that enough was always already within. So let yourself be still. Let yourself be silent. Let yourself be fiercely committed to living by your values. You do not need to become someone else. You need only to return to yourself. You do not need to keep searching. You need only to begin, not tomorrow. Now there will be days when you forget, This is inevitable because you are human. Memory is fragile, and discipline is not a permanent state, but a practice renewed each day. No matter how deeply you study wisdom, no matter how sincerely you commit to your values, there will be mornings when you rise and drift back into old ways, when irritation over small things overwhelms your judgment, when your mind leaps into fear or anger before you even notice. Forgetting does not mean failure. Forgetting simply means you are alive. And to be alive is to wrestle constantly with the limits of attention and the pull of habit. There will be days when you stumble. Stumbling is not weakness, but part of the path. No traveler has ever walked a difficult road without tripping over stones. No student of virtue has ever lived without contradiction. The stumble may come in the form of words you wish you had not spoken, choices you wish you had not made, impulses you wish you had resisted. The pain of stumbling is real, but it does not mean the journey has ended. It only means you must rise again, a little wiser, a little steadier, a little more aware of where the stones lie. There will be days when old habits call to you like sirens. Habits formed long ago do not vanish simply because you have decided to live differently. They linger in the corners of the mind, whispering their familiar promises: comfort, escape, ease, relief. Like the sirens of myth, they sing with beauty but lead to ruin. If followed blindly, the pull of these habits may feel discouraging, as if you have made no progress at all. But their persistence is not proof of failure. It is proof of the depth of their roots, and roots take time to unearth. The call of old habits is part of the journey. The practice is learning not to obey every song. That's normal. This is what must be remembered. The Stoic does not seek perfection. He does not imagine a life in which he never falters, never feels anger, never feels fear, never makes a mistake. Perfection is a fantasy, and to chase it is to condemn yourself to despair. The Stoic seeks not perfection, but progress. He understands that the standard is not flawlessness, but fidelity. Fidelity to returning again and again to the practice of virtue. He expects to be tested, to be challenged, to be pulled off course. What matters is not that he has never moved, but that he returns each time to the path. He seeks return. This is the essence of Stoic practice, the willingness to begin again. When he forgets, he remembers anew. When he stumbles, he steadies himself and takes the next step. When the sirens call, he notices their song, but does not surrender his ship to them. The Stoic does not define himself by the fall, but by the return. Each return is a triumph, even if it must be repeated 1,000 times. For the act of returning is the act of choosing to align again with reason, with virtue, with clarity. And in choosing, he grows stronger. He starts again as many times as it takes. This is the true discipline, not the illusion of perfect mastery, but the resilience of renewal, the courage to start again after failure, the humility to admit error and correct it, the perseverance to keep rising when weariness whispers that it would be easier to stay down. Starting again is not weakness. It is the heart of strength. The one who never falls cannot be admired, for he does not exist. The one who falls and rises again is the true example of endurance, because falling is human. To feel fear, to feel anger, to feel temptation, to feel despair. These are not signs of failure, but signs of humanity. To fall into these emotions, to act from them at times, is part of what it means to live as a human being among uncertainty and challenge. No philosophy, no wisdom, no practice will erase this. The Stoics never promised immunity from human weakness. They promised a way to respond when weakness arises. They promised the possibility of strength within imperfection, of dignity within struggle. Rising is the practice. To rise is to affirm that you are not defined by the fall. It is to say, I am not my mistake. I am not my lapse. I am not my stumble. I am the one who chooses to rise again. Rising transforms failure into training, weakness into wisdom, struggle into strength. Each time you rise, you prove to yourself that you are larger than the moment that pulled you down. Rising does not erase the fall, but it redeems it. The fall becomes part of the story of resilience, part of the evidence of your growth. The rhythm of falling and rising is the rhythm of all human life. The seasons themselves reflect this truth. The death of winter, the renewal of spring, the flourishing of summer, the fading of autumn. Nature itself falls and rises endlessly, and so do we. To demand that you never fall is to demand that you be something other than human, something other than natural. To accept falling and to commit to rising is to live in harmony with the way of things. It is to walk with dignity even in imperfection, to see in every return a new beginning. So when you forget, when you stumble, when the sirens of old habits sing, do not despair. Remember that this is the path. Remember that you are not asked to be flawless, but faithful. Not asked to never fall, but to never give up returning. Remember that falling is human, and rising is the practice. And each time you rise, you embody the very essence of Stoic strength. The quiet, steady courage of one who knows that no fall is final, that no stumble is the end, that no habit is stronger than the will to begin again. Let yourself be shaped but not broken. Life will shape you whether you invite it or not. Every encounter leaves its mark. Every hardship chisels something into your soul. Every joy and every sorrow etches lines of experience across the fabric of your being. To resist all shaping is impossible. You are not stone, but clay, and clay cannot remain untouched by time. But there is a difference between being shaped and being broken. To be broken is to collapse, to lose the coherence of your inner self, to be shattered in such a way that you forget your own center. To be shaped is different. Shaping refines, shaping carves, shaping reveals. Shaping makes you more of what you were always meant to be. You cannot stop life from shaping you, but you can choose to let it shape you without destroying you. Let yourself be tested, but not bent. Tests will come in the form of disappointment, temptation, rejection, confusion. They arrive unannounced, sometimes disguised as trivial inconveniences, other times as seismic shifts that shake the very ground beneath your feet. To be tested is not a sign that you are cursed, but that you are alive. The untested life remains shallow, untempered, fragile. But the tested life grows stronger, sharper, more resilient. The danger is not in the test, but in the bending. Bending occurs when you abandon your values under pressure, when you trade integrity for approval, when you surrender principle for comfort. Tests are meant to refine, not to corrupt. Endure them with courage, and you remain whole. Fail them, and you may bend yourself into shapes that betray your true form. Let yourself be changed, but only in alignment with truth. Change is not optional. You are not the same person you were yesterday, nor will you be the same tomorrow. Growth is a form of change, decay another. The question is not whether you will change, but in which direction, under what influence, toward what end. Change aligned with truth is transformation. It draws you closer to wisdom, closer to virtue, closer to the self that is hidden beneath illusion. Change, misaligned with truth, is distortion. It drags you away from clarity, away from integrity, away from the roots that anchor you. To be open to change means to accept that you do not yet know everything, that you are not yet finished. But to change only in alignment with truth means refusing to be swept away by lies, by false promises, by the shallow currents of the world. You are not here to win. This is one of the hardest lessons to accept, because nearly every message in the world insists on the opposite. Win the race, win the contract, win the argument, win the attention, win the game. Life is framed as competition, and worth is measured by victory. But victories fade quickly. What you win today can be lost tomorrow, and the applause that crowns you will eventually move on to crown another. If your purpose is only to win, your peace will always be fragile, dependent on outcomes beyond your control. You were not put here to win, you were put here to grow.